All right, go ahead. Tap the mic. Let me see.
Tap the mic. Let me see. Tap the mic. Let me see.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, we good now?
Good.
We can talk now? Y'all can hear now? My booty butt is hurting so much. Well, it doesn't hurt, but it's going numb. It's going numb because I've been sitting here for a long time. My breath stinks. I might need some gum. Yum, yum. My breath stinks and I need gum. That's a factual thing. I can't rhyme. I came again on this thing. I can't curse or rhyme. Goodness gracious, man.
Why do you like to say random things?
What do you mean?
Your breath stinks and you need some
gum.
Yeah, but it's random.
That's what I said. I'm rhyming.
You're just rhyming for the sake of rhyming.
Yeah.
You want to rhyme.
I wouldn't do something I don't want to do. What are you asking me? Ask me, Quirker. Have you asked me to Quirker? Ask me, Quirker. Make sure. Now my ass hurts, man. Sorry, it doesn't hurt. It's just numb. I can feel my toes tingling. Over the course of a few minutes, I'll go into full
10 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's fine because I got to get my ass out of here anyway. I don't want to sit next to you, peasant boy.
Peasant boy? Peasant wasn't enough for you. It's peasant boy.
Oh yes. Oh yes, indeed.
Even all this gray, still peasant boy. Makes sense.
Whilst my brother's setting up with whatever he's setting up over there, I'm here to tell you we're talking about the movie Superman by James Gunn, and it's whack. It sucks.
How whack is it?
Wiggity whack. It's whack. Wiggity whack, and it sucks. It sucks hard. It's a terrible movie, in my opinion. It's terrible.
Not sucks hard.
Sucks hard. Sucks, man. Wiggity whack. Or wickedy whack. WIKIDEE whack. Or WIGIDEE whack. Wiggity whack. Even if you don't compare it to Zack Snyder's Superman, Man of Steel, this is just a whack movie. The premise is whack. The Ultraman reveals whack. The use of Ultraman is ridiculous because there's already an Ultraman in the DC universe that's actually got an amazing backstory. You can say, oh, this is a setup for Ultraman to become Ultraman in his universe. No, it's whack.
Sounds like someone is a James Gunn hater. So
in the live we did, it was no sound, no audio, thanks to some guy over here, this human being here. It's not that I've enjoyed a lot of things James Gunn has done. I enjoyed Guardians of the Galaxy. The first one was amazing to me. Second two, not really. It is what it is. But
whilst we're doing this, let me just interrupt you with this. James Gunn announces and says that The Flash and Aquaman won't appear in the DCEU or DCU for a while.
I don't care about that. Oh, I'm about to use a C word, man.
That was too fast.
I had to filter myself for my brother's channel. He doesn't want me to curse, you see. He's a peasant boy, you see. He wants me to use clean words and articulate myself.
Like a good boy.
Like a good boy. Like a good boy, sir. No, the movie was whack, man. I haven't even started talking. I'm just waiting for him to finish, but the movie was whack. No, anybody who enjoys the movie is fine if you're under the age of 18. Anybody 18 and under, it's understandable that you enjoy the movie because when I was 18, I wasn't really looking for solid storylines or plot twists or character development. I was just looking to enjoy seeing my favorite comic book characters on screen. That's an enjoyable time for me when I was 18 and under.
So but if you... Sorry, the plot hole in Superman. Why couldn't Superman, with his X-ray vision, see what? Ultraman's face. No. Just for the sake of rebuttaling, people could argue.
There's no rebuttal.
Wait, what if Ultraman was wearing a lead costume?
Then it would be explained. Simple. Anything you want the viewers to know would be explained. So that's a good comment. Why couldn't Superman use X-ray vision to see Ultraman's face? That's a valid point. But also, why couldn't Superman use any of his skills to do anything? He didn't do anything. He literally didn't do anything. Nothing. He did nothing. He was just a guy.
A guy.
Yes, it was just a guy.
Because we don't want to go in chronological order, by the way, because it'll be. My brother just saw it yesterday. I keep looking at the display. Sorry,
I'm just gonna talk. Sorry, go on.
My brother just saw it yesterday.
Yes, I did.
So he saw it fresh. So still in his mind, and he's as pissed off as I was.
And my cerebellum.
in the cerebral cortex.
No, the movie was whack.
So we don't want to do it in any chronological order. So we might,
we're going to jump.
Go back and forth.
All we're going to do is remember everything that irritated us and talk about that. First of all, you're just going to start with the plot. The plot was whack. The plot was based on two countries going to war, Superman intervening, and that causing that being detrimental. What?
The best part of the movie was Supergirl's casting.
The plot of the movie was two countries going to war, Superman intervening, and then America being pissed off that he intervened. That's the whole movie. And they want to say social commentary, which is fair enough. But I said to my brother after watching it, usually when you do a social commentary, it has to be taken seriously. The leader of the country that was invading the other country was a comical character. He was like a sideshow Bob. For those of you who watch Simpsons, even if you don't watch Simpsons, the president of that country was just comical. He was a clown. So if you are intending to make a social commentary on the political state of the world or countries, why make the character a caricature? It's just ridiculous. I didn't enjoy that plot as a basis. It was irritating. It was and Ultraman, like I said, he ruined Ultraman because Ultraman has his own storyline. He's merged Ultraman with
seemingly Bizarro.
Yeah.
Seemingly.
Yeah. Allegedly.
Yeah. Because
Bizarro.
Technically he's not Bizarro. He hasn't got the pale skin. He's not got the dialogue that me good.
It's ridiculous. If he wanted to, so now you're looking at the creator's mind. So if you wanted Lex to have somebody who could rival Superman, but you're saying the guy who was ferrying Lex around the pocket dimension, Lex created that. Lex also created the engineer. Lex can just create a cyborg or a creature of some sort that can fight Superman, that doesn't have to be a Superman clone. It didn't have to be a Superman clone. It didn't have to be Ultraman. He could have just been any random person, just like the engineer was just any random woman who had great skills, great presence, and great powers. It didn't have to be Superman. I mean, it didn't have to be Ultraman. Obviously, this is just a irrelevant side rant, but it didn't have to be Ultraman. You've showed Lex to be some sort of a god in this movie, but also an idiot, because how can you be so powerful enough to create a pocket dimension and creatures that ferry you through that dimension, and you just so happen to have so much power that you can capture all these creatures and put them in who are you? You're Lex. You're not the Collector, you're Lex Luthor. Even the Lex from obviously we're basing our enjoyment of the DC characters from the cartoons, the Justice League cartoons, the Batman cartoons, the Superman cartoons.
So that's where you're coming from.
What am I waiting for?
Nice. But if you haven't read the comics, then what rights do you have to talk about why you don't like the movie? If you're not a comic book fan. Yo, have you seen the video I put up?
No. Hold on.
Say we haven't read the comics and you shouldn't speak on it? No. That's ridiculous. Anybody who says that is ridiculous, I dare you to say that in the comment, but justify it. Don't just say it, justify it. DC isn't just DC Comics. DC is anything DC has ever released. So whatever medium you use to enjoy DC, you will have an expectation of what you want to see on screen. If James Gunn said, I'm only adapting DC from the comics, then I can't say anything because he's told me what he's making and I know I'm not his audience. So technically he kind of said, but I don't remember if he gave specific issues. This run.
No. What all I'm
storyline, 2% of the storyline. We don't know what ratio.
All I'm saying is DC is represented by comics, TV and film, and games. Any way you've ever enjoyed DC comics or Marvel comics, you're going to have a certain level of expectation when it comes to live action. Period. Obviously, there's been multiple issues and different iterations and whatnot. But at the end of the day, Superman is Superman and Lex is Lex. You know, we're drawing our love of the characters from Justice League, the cartoon, where Superman is depicted flawed, yes, but also very, very powerful. He's not a wimp. He's got presence. If you look at the cartoon, he towers over everyone. He's wide. Yes, hope and all the, mankind's hope, Krypton's hope, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay, cool, whatever. But Superman needs to remain Superman, even though he's supposed to be goofy and whatnot. Whatever it is, I don't mind that. But the plot to start off with this Superman movie is whack. It's whack. I don't want to sign up and watch Superman intervene. I mean, it could have been...
Sorry. I don't
what happened?
To come and go.
What do you stop me for?
Best part of Supergirl casting. Someone said also Superman couldn't hear. The same guy who said why couldn't Superman use his X-ray vision?
Yeah.
Also, Superman couldn't hear commands from Lex Luthor and detect the drones by using his super hearing and reflexes.
Listen, Superman wasn't Superman in this movie. He has so much powers.
Okay, let me pause. We both don't like the movie, but I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm trying to
Hit
be
me.
the voice of the guy.
Hit me.
This is year 2, year 3 Superman.
Doesn't matter.
It does.
Well, he hasn't mastered his powers yet.
No, not mastered. He hasn't tried out a few things yet.
What, with the X-ray and super hearing?
Yeah, you said this Superman isn't super.
Yeah,
but this is him learning. Just like Batman is year 2, year 3. Batman is not going to be Batman. We know.
Listen,
he's learning.
I just want to make something simple and take it in stages. The plot is ridiculous. First and foremost, the two countries warring, Superman intervening, America not liking that he intervened because it jeopardizes their relationship with that country. Lex's intention is boring. Lex is intelligent in this movie because he created a pocket dimension, but he's also a child that screams when he doesn't get his way. So is he intelligent or is he a kid? Or is he both? What Lex are we portraying? The Lex in the Justice League cartoon is a force to be reckoned with, even though he's just human. But he's just got a presence on screen. The voice actor did him justice. Lex from the Justice League cartoon is a force to be reckoned with. The Lex that we got in this Superman is a kid. He's a child. Like, he broke something when they lost Superman. He smashed his coffee mug and told them to clean it up. I know it's James Gunn. He makes things comical, but I mean, Lex was just ridiculous. You can have serious characters in a comical movie. People scrambling to pick up the broken glass, and then he knocks off another mug, and then says, "Pick that up," and they're all like, "Yes." Who's that funny too?
Then they pick it up, and then he pushes it down again.
That's what I just said. He knocks off another one.
Okay, let's pause. Let's run it from the beginning then. Shall we, right?
Yeah.
Let me guide the rant. Shout out to Zion War, by the way. Shout out to you guys, by the way, for joining the stream. Much appreciated. I wasn't sure who will join the stream. People who love the movie, people who say was Zack Snyder.
If you love it, join the stream and tell us why you're delusional. Sorry to cut off my brother. If you loved Superman, join the stream. Tell us why you're delusional. Continue, please.
What do you want to start with then? Like what major?
That's what I said. I just want to go plot first. So
beginning. So
it doesn't have to be from beginning. Just key factors, so it doesn't seem like we're just complaining for the sake of complaining. Me showing up to watch a 2-hour movie to watch Lex Luthor act like a child is ridiculous. Guardians of the Galaxy is fine because we don't really know the characters and the villains and the heroes in Guardians of the Galaxy, so it's fine.
Iterations of whatever, and then combine them to one movie. Cool.
So it's fine for you to do whatever you want in that movie, but the Lex in this movie was such a child. It was comical. The casting I didn't like. That guy's a kid. He's got a baby face, but whatever. Let's move past that. So Lex's motivations were ridiculous. How can you create a pocket universe? How? That's not impossible, but why? Why is that your plot?
Yeah, made him Omega smart. Like, too Omega skillful, not smart. Omega
and even if
skillful that he had monkeys.
Hold on.
So skillful that he couldn't use his very greatest weapon he had in a glass cage to kill Superman, Mr. Metamorpho, who can turn part of his body into kryptonite.
He can turn water to wine. Is he Jesus?
He could have easily fashioned each kryptonite made from Metamorpho and put it on the costumes of all his Planet Watcher, Superman, armored wearing dudes. Or two, he could have just captured Superman and killed him if he really wanted to kill him. The motivation as to why he hated Superman, he ranted about that. Do you want to kill him? Do you want to be his friend? Do you want to have him captured? And that's it.
Yeah, but which is fine. It's fine. I don't care what his.
But you have someone that can use kryptonite to harm him and kill him. So it's like, what do you really truly want?
To humiliate him.
And then why? Because he's greater than you.
It's fine. It's
weird.
Lex's motivation when it comes to his what's this thing? His beef with Superman is fine. I don't really care about his motivation, but how you execute what he does when going against Superman is what's important. And his motivation in this movie was whack, and how he executed it was whack.
We have Zion War saying in the comment, OG Superman fans dislike it. The younger generation is where James Gunn's Superman fan base is.
Then that's terrible.
So that means that was his target market.
No, you can't have it. You can't take an IP and
narrow it down.
You can't. It's impossible because that IP wouldn't exist without the OG guys funding it to grow to where it's at. It's very simple.
Buying the comics number one, and then patronizing the cartoons to come out, buying the whole DVD,
and continuing as a fan base. If we as a fan base grew
and that in turn grew DC, you can't then just be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna make something for the new age guys. It's ridiculous. It's just a ridiculous choice. Everything is ridiculous about what James Gunn did. The action scene was whack. It's just is literally copy and paste Guardians of the Galaxy, swap out the characters from Marvel to DC. That's basically what it is, which is fine. But if that's you're a one-trick pony, basically, which again, people are going to show up to watch James Gunn do what James Gunn does. But I'm not going to see James Gunn. I'm going to see Superman. So I don't care what your particular skill is. I want to see this character that I enjoy watching show all his amazing feats. I want to see him do the laser eye, the cold breath, show me his strength.
Good use of his powers. Then.
Show me a good display of his powers. You have 2 hours to do that.
Okay, let me do like an interview thing with you then. Go. I'm going to ask you, with the talk of the whole thing of people are saying they're satisfied, they're happy with this Superman because he's more vulnerable than Man of Steel. We're not going to talk about Man of Steel. You're just saying,
more vulnerable. Yeah.
So, do you feel that there are better ways to have shown Superman's weakness in a movie than having to say he's fighting his clone? Because I didn't see that as
of course there is. Yeah, that's what I was saying to you. The Superman's the antagonist didn't have to be a clone of Superman. I appreciate and I like the fact that Superman in this movie is weak or can be hurt, because when I rewatched the Justice League cartoon, Superman got knocked down a lot of times. Sometimes too much by people who shouldn't really be on his power level, but he got knocked down. But every time he got knocked down, he got up. That was his point. Every time he got knocked down, he would get up, or he would find a way, or his team would rescue him. Regardless of what happens to him, he will always get up. I think that's the hope. That's what the angle should be. Not just I'm saving a squirrel. What?
No, wait. People liked that. People wanted to see him saving.
People who are saying they like it, go in the comments. If you say you like it, you're delusional. That means I know your grading skills is your brain is off balance, because there's nothing to like. You wouldn't watch a James Bond movie and be happy that he pulled a cat from a tree. Or even if you liked it, that means there is a passive audience, which is fine. You're just there to watch the movie. You don't care how it goes. You don't care how detailed, in-depth it is, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you call a passive audience. So whatever you have to say, if you're a passive audience, is irrelevant, because nothing will ever upset you in a movie. You're just there along for the ride. You don't really care if something's true to form.
Yeah, they have to buffer up the ticket count and the money and whatnot.
Yeah, but I mean, their intentions, they don't really... Nothing affects them. They're not. They're fine. Neutral, they're impartial, which is fine. But we're talking about giving us a project that we're supposed to pay money to enjoy. It's for our entertainment, and this is the product. The product is ridiculous. I just think it's ridiculous. Ultraman was ridiculous. Lex was ridiculous. And the standout character, what's his name again? Mr. Fantastic.
To me, Mr. Terrific.
Mr. Terrific was ridiculous. Well, not ridiculous. It was all right. It wasn't standout for me. He had one scene. And even the scene was from the POV of Lois Lane from his bubble. So he didn't really have a scene.
He didn't get to see.
Do you know what I mean? The fight scenes were whack. You can say action scenes, but it just wasn't, it was subpar. Let me not say whack. It was subpar. It wasn't anything that I would expect to see in a Superman movie, especially with the fight scenes, the choreography that Zack Snyder did in his movie. I mean, once you've already released something on that level, everybody needs to follow suit.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask Zion War, and Ian Dexter. Can I ask you guys to let me know at least 3 villains, or 3 strong enough villains? Let's not go Omega. Let's not use Doomsday.
Mongo.
Not you, and I'm asking the guys.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Don't use Doomsday. Don't use Darkseid. So 3 villains that you know or you wish you'd seen in this movie who would have given Superman a run for his money. So 3 villains in the comments, please, that you know from the comic book Rogues Gallery of Superman. Don't use Darkseid. Don't use Doomsday. So 3 villains that you know could have given Superman a run for his money. All right, continue there. So, okay, I asked you about the strength level. People liked the vulnerable Superman, Blerd.
I like vulnerable. So I'm going to go on record to say I like vulnerable Superman for sure.
So this is going to be a rant for me. But I want to see how you describe it. I know you might see it like overlook it.
I've got 10 minutes. Make it quick.
Robots.
What robots?
Superman robots.
What about them?
Who built them?
Yeah, my brother asked me about this. I don't think this is an issue to me. I would just...
But
I would just assume his parents built the robots. It didn't matter to me where they came from or who built them, because the ship is designed to cater to Kal-El. Do you know what I mean? So if
you think the robots were built inside of, so how many robots do you think came with him as a baby then?
All of them, all the robots. I would assume,
because one of the robots said they built that new one. Remember the new one? They said we don't have.
Okay, so maybe they built two. The parents put two robots to guide him to Earth, and then the other two built more. End of.
You said earlier on, that instead of making speculation, the movie should have told us or shown us.
But I don't think it's that important to the plotline.
Okay, cool.
You know, the robots.
I think it is, but
where the robots came from. That's like saying where did the TV screen come from? Where they were watching the parents saw. Where did the hologram come from? You can ask that. If you can ask where the robots came from, you can ask where did the technology that.
You think it's needed to at least address it in some way? Maybe.
But why? They didn't address it in Zack Snyder. In Man of Steel, they didn't address the floating thing that was talking to him.
No, yes, they did. We saw that's how the world was built.
No, they didn't address it to say who built this.
We know the Kryptonians built it. What the hell?
Exactly. So you know the Kryptonians built the robots in this movie.
No. The robots didn't come with Clark in Zack Snyder's movie to Earth with him.
How do you know that?
The father said that you came in this spaceship. He didn't say you came in this spaceship with a robot. That's what. Yeah.
We're gonna have to do a part 3 because we need to focus on this one. We'll come back to this. My brother's weird gripe for where the robots came from. Who cares about that one?
I do.
Okay, go on. Next one.
That's how I said Bizarro, Brainiac. They're given 2, or Cyborg from Superman. Cyborg. Okay, cool. That's the third villain for Zion War is saying Brainiac and Bizarro.
Yeah, for sure. But Brainiac this early in Superman movie, I don't think would be good unless it's a weakened version of Brainiac.
No, we don't do story. We're just saying who do you feel. You're right.
But he said in this movie, this early in
you have to describe. You still have to do a backstory. Where did Brainiac come from? AI to the body, all that.
Yeah, you can bring him a little bit in the first movie and then take him away, then bring him back later. But yeah, Brainiac could have gone.
And then Bizarro. Okay, cool. Ian Dex is saying I would have to see James Gunn's take on Zod. Please, no.
His take on everything is whack.
Zod is going to be a very happy guy. Hey, guys, we need to save Krypton from dying. Zod is going to be a very happy guy.
Hawk Girl was whack. It's not even Shira, that's Tanagarian. It's just whack. Like, people have expectations who've followed the DC journey. It's natural for me to have an expectation.
Do you think it's your fault to have an expectation then?
No, it's like me wanting to see X-Men in spandex and the directors, do you expect yellow spandex? Yes, that is what I expect, yellow spandex. Because guess what? I paid money to watch these guys wearing yellow spandex in the comic books.
That's a good point.
It's just ridiculous. Like, of course, we want to see the things we loved, we enjoyed growing up. It's natural. So don't give us something that's whack. It's just stupid, man. The whole plot was whack.
Okay, cool.
Hammer of Bolivia.
Who?
Go on.
Ian Dexter said yes, Bizarro, but it wouldn't fit for the first movie. So Ian Dexter is doing it in terms of world building, not just Superman movie.
Exactly, world building. What's Zack? Whatever
a particular villain would come in first.
Whatever world Zack Snyder's building is going to be whack. Wiggity whack. Wiggity whack. It's going to be whack.
Zion was given the third villain that he feels could have tackled Superman. I'm not sure about this one because again I don't know the comics. Are you coming from the comics?
What's his name?
Hawkman.
I wouldn't mind. I think Hawkman would be. Listen.
I don't know his strength.
James Gunn is not a fan of DC because if you're a fan of DC, you would be excited to be like, I can't wait to show the best storylines from this universe, the best. So, for example, the Hawkman story, I preferred him when he came in the DC in the Justice League cartoon with the iteration where he sent Danagarian sent Shira. Her name's Shira, right?
Shira, yeah.
Where they sent Shira to be a spy on Earth, and then the introduction of Hawkman in that sense, it was just impactful, man. You had a team that had bonded, gone on so many missions, been there for each other, built a relationship just to find out she's a spy. It was just impactful. It wasn't just Hawk Girl for the sake of Hawk Girl or Hawkman for the sake of Hawkman. It wasn't just things, just like the DC Justice League cartoon was so good for a cartoon. The story building was amazing, man. Everyone met up. They were just missions on missions and everybody got the chance to shine. It was intergalactic. There was just so many good things. Lex wasn't an idiot. Oh my god, how could you let him go? I'm gonna snap my pen. Look how angry I am. And he threw things at his girlfriend. That's a kid. That's not Lex Luthor. That's a child. Lex isn't going to throw things at his girlfriend and say, get out, because she didn't even do anything to him. It's because something went wrong with his plan. And he was angry she was there taking selfies. First of all, somebody as smart as Lex and as high value as Lex wouldn't have a bimbo for a girlfriend. And it's so like, how do?
But Mr. Tessmark, I was like,
what conversations do you have with this lady? It's so weird. It's weird. So you're already putting somebody in a situation where this character wouldn't have that person. And if they would have that person, they're already flawed. So therefore, Lex can't be the guy you're saying he is, because he's flawed in his thinking, in his choice of people around him. How has he, like, I'm jumping. The fighting was ridiculous. What's B7, A12, F3? What to fight? That's a video game.
Fight himself.
That's a video game. Why would that, creatively, why would you include that in your movie? Why is that included? Who when you're creating it, do you think, yeah, fans are going to love to see this? When I'm creating something, that's what I think. Fans would love to see this. Imagine when they were making Bullet Time in the Matrix, they were like, listen, these guys are going to be blown away when they see what I've got in store for them. But when Ultraman's going to fight, Lex is going to be in the games room, because that's what it is, in the games room with people playing video games and pressing a set of coordinations to make him punch. Like, when you create that, do you really think fans are going to love this? Unless, like you said, you're creating it for Gen Z or what the new guys? Not Gen Z, millennials, or Gen Z, whatever the hell they are. Unless you're creating it for them who the ones who play Fortnite and all these ridiculous games. Oh yeah, they're going to love this because they play Fortnite, so they're going to relate to this. It's ridiculous. I've never seen that in a Superman movie cartoon, in a DC movie or cartoon.
What if he had his hands tied behind his back by Warner Brothers? Is it his fault then?
The Warner Brothers would never make him do something like that. No? They didn't make Zack Snyder do anything like that. What are you talking about? Warner Brothers allowed Justice League cartoon to be made, right? Mm-hmm. Allowed Batman, allowed Superman, allowed all the feature-length DC cartoons to be made. Mm-hmm. They didn't. We've never seen anything where for a guy as powerful as Ultraman has to be controlled remotely from a games studio.
Games console, yeah.
What? No.
And then you were asking yesterday, how did he get the commands then? Was it in his ear?
Was it going straight to the suit? Initially, when he was wearing the Hammer of Barivia suit, I thought they were controlling the suit. I genuinely I didn't even think the guy in the suit was Ultraman. I was like, okay, cool. Now that I'm seeing this, I was happy that there were two supervillains, not just one supervillain. I was very happy just only to see that it was Ultraman behind the suit, and I'm like, okay, here we go.
Scooby-Doo reveal. It was Ultraman all along.
Oh, fuck off, man.
So then he takes up the suit, he takes up the mask. Superman realizes it's clone. He doesn't even have a big reaction, as in, you cloned my whole vessel. There was no talk about it.
Yeah, there was. I think there was.
You think?
Yeah, Lex was like, yeah, I scoured your fights on the battleground.
Superman reacted. Hold on. So that occurs. Shout out to the guy, I think it was Zion, that said you should have seen through the whole costume.
Yeah.
I could do the whole comment section. Maybe he was wearing a lead costume. You don't know that.
No.
You don't know that.
Because
Do you understand? Because I don't understand how he's getting the commands. Is it in his ear or through the speaker from his chest? When they say B12, does he hear it and then do it, or is he reacting to? It's
either in his ear, it's in the suit, or it's in those floating orbs that Lex was using with the cameras. Basically, it's one of them.
Then you're asking,
yeah,
why does Lex have to tell you are Lex? You're not telling me to type in B12 only for B12 to then come out as audio to Ultraman. So what's the are you Lex might as well just go to Ultraman B12 and then Ultraman does it. So why is there a middleman? And why does someone need to push a button in for him to then do the moves? Because remember when Crypto killed all the nanobots around Ultraman, the codes couldn't be inputted anymore. So I'm like, are you hearing the codes, or are you reacting to the program of the codes?
It's just terrible writing. It wasn't clear. It wasn't specified.
Yeah.
When Lex is screaming out the commands to control Ultraman's fighting, how are the commands getting to Ultraman?
Into his brain,
it's not clear.
Or is he listening to it?
And if is it going in his ear? Is it going directly to his brain? If it's going to his brain, through what means? How is he getting the commands from his mouth to the guy inputting it to Ultraman to carry it out
and to then reach?
Exactly. How is it happening?
Even said, okay, how come Superman could even hear the codes in the first place? Well, if he did, when he got Crypto to destroy the machine, you then said, but what's his name still fought.
Yeah.
He didn't do the specific moves, but he still beat him.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, what is it? Is it that he can't fight? He's just strong and needs to be commanded with his input?
No, the thing is, the reason why is James Gunn is whack. That's all. James Gunn is whack. The guy is whack, man. I've enjoyed a lot of things of James Gunn. Like in the previous one, my brother asked me about the 2 Suicide Squads. I love James Gunn's iteration of the Suicide Squad.
Magic, yo.
Magic, my ass. It's just whack. And again, we're not here just to complain for the sake of it. We're giving valid complaints, valid points. It's not just to say I hate it for the sake of saying I hate it. I don't want to show up to a movie for 2 hours and have to see a dog jump on an injured Superman, because I wouldn't create that and say this is going to be a fun thing for the audience to watch. See, no, I wouldn't do that, because it's not fun. If I'm creating something, I'm thinking of what the audience would want to see visually, or if it's not what they want to see, is what I think they would enjoy. So a dog jumping on an injured Superman is what James Gunn thinks we would enjoy. Why? For who? I'm not a dog owner. I couldn't care less about a ridiculous, idiotic dog that's from Krypton who doesn't have common sense. Every iteration of
because you're not a dog owner.
No, every iteration of Crypto has been an intelligent dog. It's almost like there's dogs in a Batman of the future. I can't remember if there's dogs in the Batman animated series, but it's almost like Bruce Wayne's dog. Imagine him making a Bruce Wayne dog just a dummy, like eating his own piss and more. It's just why it doesn't have to be that way. The way they put, of course. I mean, it
was in a particular episode he helped him when the guy with the shriek.
I can't remember anything.
Oh, dude,
basically, Crypto should be a guard dog. That's all Crypto should be. So, for example, a human being who has a guard dog sees somebody approaching him, that dog is already trained to be defensive. That dog wouldn't see their owner wounded on the floor. There are dogs in real life, not fiction, in real life who have owners with not diseases, with, let's just say, issues, right? So a dog has an owner that's diabetic, and that dog knows when I see my owner in this condition, I need to run to get the EpiPen, or run and get this, or run and get that, or dial 9. I don't know how the system's set up, but call the emergency services. Those are guard dogs. You wouldn't have a dog just jump on an injured owner. It's not something fun to see. It's illogical. It's ridiculous. It's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense. And it undermines any serious way of whatever scene. Even when Lex was ranting or doing whatever he was doing, and then Crypto came and bit him, and it's not fun to watch. Fun for who? Fun for who?
You're not a dog lover.
Yeah, whatever, man.
You're a James Gunn hater. That's what you are.
Nah, I like a lot of stuff that James Gunn has done, but this is just ridiculous. I even enjoyed the Peacemaker series.
Did you?
Yes. You
enjoyed, or you didn't mind?
It was cool. There was nothing to hate. But this movie, what am I watching in this movie? He did a kaiju that there's a conversation between Mr. Terrific and Superman. What's the 411? What have you found out? I found out that his exterior is all hard. I cannot penetrate the exterior. And then Mr. Terrific goes on to say attack the exterior, only to then after attack it's still the exterior.
Sure.
Only just so he can have a scene where Hawkgirl is trapped by the kaiju's eyelid. Oh, that's a super creative thing to do that fans are going to want to see. What? No, man. No. Come on. James Gunn and his creatures and whatnot. It's just, home it down a little bit. Make it sensible. Make it silly and playful. Yes, but I didn't show up to see Hawkgirl be trapped by a creature's eyelid. What? Come on, man. It's just dumb. A lot of things he did was just dumb. You've got, what's this element guy's name again? How did he get captured? How did Metamorpho get captured by Lex? How?
Now you sound like me when I'm asking who built the robots.
No. It's Hakim.
You don't have to show how. He's captured.
How did Lex... No, you can't just put...
Okay, let me advocate. They found out whoever he laid with was pregnant. Lex was scanning everyone. Found the baby. Wait.
You misunderstand.
Wait. Kidnapped the baby, and they said, "Hey, either you come here or I kill the baby."
You misunderstand.
Do you want me how he literally got captured?
How does Lex get in a position where he's collecting these creatures? How?
Maybe
the collector.
Them then.
No. How and why? That was never Lex's thing. It was never his thing.
It's a different iteration of Lex.
Then that's fine. It's a different iteration with his whack. It's fine. You can do. I can make a Superman movie and say, well, in my Superman has punk rock hair. Not everyone's going to like that. I could say I like it, but that means I'm creating it selfishly for myself. If I'm changing,
like that, yeah.
It's no, man. It's listen. What did we watch?
Okay, what do you feel about Zod
whack
and Zod and his wife? Sorry, Jor-El and his wife.
That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing in this iteration.
But
why change the law?
And it was done in Smallville.
Huh?
That idea was already done in Smallville, the series.
Okay, if that's the case, I wouldn't have revealed it the way he revealed it because it was not impactful. It was just okay. The emotional beats. It just there was nothing. Oh, okay. The real message was, he was saying he had to conquer Earth. There was no emotional weight when it was delivered, when it was revealed. There was just nothing. It was like, okay. I was like, first of all, you're introducing a new concept or a concept that's not the most popular concept that Superman's parents have.
Zion said Lex was a mastermind, not a Pokemon champ.
Exactly. What are we doing? Collecting for what? What are we doing?
Zion got one line.
I'm even sweating moaning about this thing, man. Nah, the movie was whack, man. Lex, if you listen, whoever likes this movie, please watch the Justice League cartoon and see how they depicted Lex, man.
Didn't like that.
This guy was solid. There's no way you like this movie. There's no way. I challenge anybody who says they like this movie to justify the actions of everything and everyone in this movie. Justify it.
Manner, not just,
even if it's unintelligent. You say it in the comments because I want to listen to dummies talk so I can feel like I've gone to the zoo to look at idiots rub shit on their face. No, I want to hear dummies talk. Like I said, only if you're 18 and above, because I understand 18 and under enjoying this movie. I completely understand that. When I was a kid, I didn't really care about storylines or things making sense. I was just there for the ride. But if you're a grown person, justify why this movie is good. All the people who reviewed it, all the massive YouTubers, thumbs up, it's such a good movie. I loved it so much. Good expression of Superman, don't you know? I dare you to justify hope is fine.
Peaceful.
Hope is fine. Peaceful is fine. Colorful is fine. All those things are fine, but you have to depict it in a sensible, logical way. You have to, man. The movie was we have to listen. We're going to end this live at whatever point you end it, but we have to watch the movie again, make notes. Oh yeah, we have to naff off. But we're going to give, right now it's just been a rant, but I'm going to detail everying that was bad, tell you why it was bad, and say why it could have been, how it could have been better, or say why, I don't know. I'm not just going to rant for the sake of ranting. It's going to be that's why I'm challenging anybody who likes this movie. Justify it in the comments. I will read the comments and I will rebuttal. And you're going to shut your mouth.
That's a little aggressive.
It has to be aggressive. Somebody had to have been aggressive to James Gunn. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this nonsense. Somebody should just slapped him.
Someone said it's a 4-hour cut. James confirmed the movie is a 4-hour cut. So they cut out a lot. They could roughly cut out 2 hours.
Yeah, whatever, man. It still would have been a whack movie. Barovia. Clown. Oh, yes, Superman. Enemy of Barovia. Yes. What? That's not a serious thing. So it's either we have too serious with Zack Snyder or too silly with James Gunn. There's no in between.
Ellen. Ellen showed up. Hey, Ellen. I don't even have the energy to watch. I'm not sure if it's watch the live or watch the...
yeah, that time flew after enough.
Movie. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right, then.
I gotta go, but I shall be back to give my full feedback on this movie.
Daniel Martin said the movie was definitely trash.
No, I want to hear people in comments say it was good so I can call you a dummy.
No, I don't. I mean, the way I settled it, I think YouTube used the algorithm to find the people who didn't like
YouTube, if you're listening, use the algorithm to find people who love the movie so I can call them dummies in a comment. I'm just going to go in the comment. Anyone that speaks positively, I'm just going to say dummy. In fact, I'll number it. Dummy 1, dummy 2, dummy 3. Even if it goes to 100, dummy 100.
That's just aggressive, sir.
Anyway, I'm out. I'm going to come back. We're going to rewatch the movie and I'm going to make notes and you will understand. It's annoying. My ass hurts, man.
Shout out to the guy who you mentioned the whole why didn't Superman use the
X-ray vision.
That was
because it was never a mystery who this person was. That's why. But he didn't even use X-ray vision on the Hammer of Barovia. Could have used it then. Not even that. Mr. Terrific didn't. Mr. Terrific could use his nano whatever to see where Superman was. Is that because it was tracking him?
Yeah, but
that's what the thing can do in general.
Yeah, that's a good point. See,
I think it was because it was tracking him.
Yeah,
it had the thing.
Because he said everyone he meets, he puts nano inside. So I don't know if that was a throwaway statement for the sake of a joke, James Gunn-ish dialogue, or he literally puts nano stuff inside everyone he comes across.
My ass is numb. I have to go.
Right.
Yes.
By saying that, then that means Lewis has nanotech inside her as well.
But I shall be back to crush my enemy, James Gunn.
Enemy?
He's my enemy
But
now.
he's made good movies you like now.
No, he's made movies I like, but you can't.
Why is he
My enemy, James Gunn. The directors do good things and come and do dumb things like Zack Snyder, Army of the Dead, the worst zombie movie.
Let's save that for another time.
Okay, cool. There you go.
That was.
Let me do my brother stuff.
I don't do this.
I know now. I'm tweaking it, don't you know? I'm not saying it, whatever. Bye.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right, they're cool. My brother's signing out, peeps.
I'm going.
We shall return maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll do another live tomorrow together. And he's right. My butox is a little numb. So we're at the family house. And I thought, you know what? I haven't spoken to y'all since that first video that I dropped. I thought it was going to be like a 3-parter video. That's why I said part 1 of 3. Give me a second, peeps. Hopefully this cushion will suffice for my butox. Am I in center? Am I in center? It's the thing about going live. I should put my glasses back on. Thank you for joining, by the way, Ellen. Thank you, Zion War. Thank you. There's a third guy here, Zion War, Ian Dexter. Falcon Files was here and he's gone. And then now Daniel Martin. Appreciate you. It's nowhere near even, man. I would have loved to see a character study just like the Batman. Some say it's better. What? Some say it's better. I hear people saying this is on par as good as Superman 78. What's Superman 78? Is that a comic or is that a cartoon? My rage bait is set. What does that mean? Rage bait is set. Rage bait. Did I do a trickery thing? Let a brother know. The Reeves version. Oh, Superman 7. Oh, right. It's on par. Yeah, some people are. That's another thing I'm beginning to understand about myself as well. Like when people ask me, you know, your version, your most enjoyed version or versions of Batman, I can honestly sit down and say, hey, Reeves and Michael Keaton is childhood and nostalgia. And I'm able to watch those and say, because of the good, you know, the era I came from and watched that, cool. But since I've grown and I've watched other iterations of these particular characters, to date, I enjoy the Batman animated series and the Batman in the Justice League. I'm not saying the other iterations of Batman are not good, but the first thing that just gives me that whole, this dude is in the shadows and you're not even sure he's there. You're trying to sneak around and he's like, what are you doing? You know, just that whole presence, the backstory, the growth, the fall and rise, and then maintaining that rise. You don't want to see, I personally don't want to see my heroes fall and rise every time. You can dip all you want, but when you rise and maintain a steady growth, dip again, rise, maintain, dip again, rise. So you're constantly growing, but there's still room for you to dip and fail and learn from that failure and those mistakes. So Batman, my bad. Christopher Reeve and Michael Keaton, nostalgia. I wouldn't say it's trash, it's bad, it's this. I can say it's a little corny at times, but I still respect that those actors and those grown men saw it within themselves to say, let me give this thing a shot. You know, there are many actors who have turned down many roles because it's childish to them. It's gimmicky. It's beneath me. I'm a this star. I'm a that star. I did theater. There's no shade to those people. So when people can say, let me give this thing a shot and put my best into this thing as best as I can. And we saw it as children between 5, 8, 10, 12, whatever age we were at that particular time period. It's going to hold a special place for us in our hearts. But over the years, when someone said, yo, I like what that dude did, let me do my version like this. Like Robert Pattinson's Batman, I love it. I enjoyed it. Again, with the grand cosmic rule of every movie on the planet, the best ones out there collectively, we can unanimously vote, despite, you know, each of us having our own a preference in genre. Every movie on this planet has plot holes and flaws in some way, shape, or form. But at least the overall, most of the movie, if you can watch it again and again and again, there are a lot of people who can sit down and strip down Home Alone movies from 1 to 3. And for those people who like myself who like it, will be like, I wish you hadn't brought the obviousness to the forefront. You can just about notice one or two things, but because it's Home Alone, I want to enjoy these kind of movies in Christmas. Lord of the Rings, again, you can bring out Lord of the Rings 1, 2, and 3 because I love it. There'll be a group of people who have watched it extensively and will find the plot holes and the flaws here and there and point it out to you. I'm not saying they don't exist. What I'm saying is because these movies have done so well, and I feel they respected my intelligence. I want to speak for myself. They respected my intelligence in how I watch a movie. They answered questions I had watching the movie, and the journey the movie took me on, the journey I went on with the movie. After I watched all three movies or each movie, how do I feel about myself? What has changed within me? Not every movie has to change a person who's watching the movie. Not every movie has to make a person cry, make a person feel sad, happy. Someone can watch a very emotional movie and still be numb. That doesn't mean it's a bad movie. So the relationship between a person and a movie is up to each person. But collectively, let's say I love horror and only horror, like a child who likes a particular type of food. I love horror and anything else is meh, but horror is my thing. But a friend of mine says, dude, I know you love horror. Can we sit down and watch this movie called Lord of the Rings? It's a 3-part movie. It's a trilogy. I'm like, all right, cool. I'll give it a shot. If I, who love horror only and everything else is, and I can say, oh, and 3 movies right there? God damn. That means the person who made that movie has done a good enough job for someone who loves horror only. 100% loves horror. Comedy horror, weird horror, gory, any kind of horror, I'm here for it. I'll watch every kind. But you brought me down to a level where I would not personally go and purchase Lord of the Rings 1, 2, and 3. You've sat me in your house. We've had popcorn. I'm like, yo, that was very well done. That's what I feel a movie should do across the board. I'm not saying please everyone. Just as a basic level, be like, that was a good movie. I love the way the hero struggled. I love the way the villain rose from that challenge. I love the way the villain expresses his dismay or her dismay about a particular character. And it's a sound dismay. It's an intelligent dismay. It's a competent dismay. Like when they showed Batman in Batman vs Superman, I'm not saying I love the movie. I'm just saying from his perspective, why he had this issue towards Superman because of all the collateral damage, I guess. But I appreciate, or I prefer, the cartoons version in terms of Batman v Superman when the President of America sent Superman to deal with Batman. That is just a very simple thing. This dude is getting out of hand, and we can send everybody else to go and take him down. But we feel you, Superman, you'd be the best man for the job because we know he's not super. So you just go there and just say, hey, cut it out. Okay, all this vigilante thing you're doing, stop it. We'll let me do the thing, or we'll get whatever. But you, Mr. Batman, just hang your cape. Okay, it's enough. Hang your cape and cowl. You're doing too much out here. Let me run things. So again, simple reason, or maybe there's a more elaborate reason in the comic, in the source material as to why Batman fights Superman. Cool, but at least it's done well enough for me to say I can watch it again and again. That's mostly my highest ranking I can give to a movie is how many times can I rewatch this movie without skipping forward? If anything, going back, like, oh, that fight scene was so dope. Going back, or the way that when he cried, dude, I was crying too. Going back, I prefer to take things back because of how awesome they are, rather than like, oh, this thing is getting boring. Let me skip. I don't like that emotional scene between him and Clark, or Lewis and Clark, or this lover. Nah, I don't do that. I make sure the movies I watch, I can watch them without getting distracted by my phone or anything else. That's the highest rating I can give a movie. How many times can I rewatch the movie? It's rewatchable or rewatch. Is it rewatchable value or rewatch value? Yeah, same thing with gaming for me. I'm done with the game. What does New Game Plus look like? Can I play the game again? And then with my new skills I've obtained or my new weapons, I want to fight that boss. That boss that gave me a hard time on level 5. Oh, dude. Now that I know the combos and that I've upgraded my axe or my gun or my katana or my nunchucks, I want to fight him again. Yeah. I want to beat him on easy, normal, and I want to challenge myself in hard mode, extra hard mode, ultra instinct mode. So some of us, we treat these materials differently. Some people go to movies, see a movie once, and that's it. And that's gravy. We all have like I said, we all have a different relationship with movie going experience. For me, if I can watch a movie again and again and again, almost annually, Lord of the Rings is one of them. Harry Potter is another. The first Avengers, Captain America, Winter Soldier, Avengers: Age of Ultron, not often. Avengers: Infinity War, I can't even watch that without watching Endgame. It's like a two for the price of one deal for me. Ragnarok, Thor, Thor: Dark World, hell no. That one, maybe to watch that, to just rant about it and break it down, but to watch it and to say I'm having a movies night for myself and my brother or my friends, no way. I'm not watching Thor 2. No way. Ragnarok, yeah. Thor: Love and Thunder, no. Some movies are so awesome. You can watch them again and again and again, never get bored of them. This movie was so insulting to my intelligence that I felt James Gunn was just like, he was mocking me. He was mocking the audience. The people were saying there was a meta commentary here and there. I don't care about all this meta. Not everyone gets the meta thing. And I get it if you just want to have this little, pocket dimension conversation between me as a fan and you as a fan. So the guys who know the comics, just between me and you. I guess, who am I to tell you what to do and what not to do? But when we're paying money to see something, best believe you better make it substantial for almost everyone. Almost everyone. When I first heard that the crypto was based off the rescue dog he saved, right there I was like, yo, this movie don't even make no sense no more. When a director is now inputting his personal thing, like when he first wrote, let's say there's about 10 iterations of the script. When he first wrote the story, was crypto in every iteration of this story? If you're telling me the only reason crypto is in here is because of the inspiration from your own dog that you saved, dude, I'm not saying we don't care about rescue dogs. What I'm saying is, why have you like, he's done a weird Frankenstein-ish or Frankenstein's monster amalgamation of different things from different sources as one thing. Doesn't make any sense. Like my brother said, I mean, even though my brother said he's not fussed about the robots, I am. You're telling me this is the world, this is how it is, cool. But I want to be in his head. I want to be like, okay, you're a baby, you're in a spaceship. I want to know the details. How big is your spaceship? Even if you do flashbacks through images and pictures, I'm not saying tell me everything, but I'm just trying to be like, okay, well, this fortress looks like it's an organic thing. It grows from the ground and then shrinks again. And each time it goes into the ground, it doesn't seem to leave a mark. So it has to be organic in the sense where if there was it's another thing that really got me as well. Another thing that really, really got me is when the what am I slurring words? When the Fortress of Solitude comes up from the ice to the surface, you're telling me, based on all the movies we've seen, how America projects itself onto the world, satellite here, satellite there. There's not one satellite observing that particular location, because Superman flies from one location to a specific spot at particular times in the day or in the year to go to that location. Now, they didn't say the Fortress of Solitude moves around the Antarctic ice or whatever. It's in one specific region. Secondly, Mr. Lex, who has built, I can't wait to do a separate video for this one. I'm thirsty for this shit. Mr. Lex has built a pocket dimension, a pocket universe, or what? I think that's the term, pocket universe. He's intelligent enough to build a pocket universe. You're telling me he doesn't have a satellite hanging around somewhere where even the US government doesn't know? This is how I wanted Lex to be. Lex can talk to the government and say, yo, guys, this Superman dude, what should we do about him? Well, he's done nothing wrong. What if he goes rogue one day? You could have even pulled from the Batman contingency plan, because the first day I saw that in a feature-length animation, I was like, I think someone hacked Batman's computer. Whilst I was watching the movie, the first time ever, I was like, yeah, no. It's going to be revealed that someone hacked Batman's computer and put the kill switch for each character in his files. Only, oh snap, I'm sorry if I'm spoiled it for some of you guys who haven't seen it. Only to find out that Bruce is like, no, that wasn't a hacked file. No one hacked into my computer. I made the contingency plan. What are you talking about? And it was like, well, why? Why not? Why the hell? What if something takes over your mind, or an alien species that gets into your body that we can't see with our eyes, maybe like a nano alien species, and grabs one of the strongest superheroes on our team? We're finished. I'm Batman. I have no superpowers. And if you go rogue one day or you're compromised, how do I take you down? This isn't like a jealousy thing for me, or I don't like you guys, or I wish I had powers like some of you. If anything goes wrong with just one of you, you're practically invulnerable with that kryptonite. It's Mr. Superman. Mrs. Themyscira, you're practically a demigod. And then Flash, you can practically slice through someone's body by just vibrating. And then Mr. Green Lantern, you can just practically crush people with your will ring. If anything goes wrong with just one of you, I didn't have to be, because none of you have thought to yourself, what if one of us goes rogue? I'm looking at all of you guys. None of you have had that thought. It then falls onto me to be the one to say, not only have I had the thought, I act upon the thought. And that's, again, this is no shade. This is not jealousy for any of you. I'm your family. We're one family as Justice League heroes. We're saving the planet nonstop. But dude, I was fine with Joker. I was fine with Riddler. I was fine with Firefly. I was fine with Killer Croc. I was fine with Bane. I was fine with who else is there? Victor Zsasz. I was fine with all my regular weird Arkham people. Mr. Freeze. I know them peeps. I know where they sleep. When I lock them up, I take them back, so I know I can put a satellite to realize when they're broken out. One of the gods will be like, "Yo, Batman, they done it again. They broke out. I know where you guys are chilling." And even when you do your other things, I'll wait for you guys to break out and you lead me to other bad guys. So I know the play. This is my home. This is my base camp. But now we're tackling dudes from there. We're talking Flashpoint. We're talking Darkseid. We're talking Brainiac. We're talking, I'm not saying as Batman, I didn't know there were other things out there, but it's now here. And not one, not two, but three, but four. And you don't think I'm going to think to myself, what if an alien come? What if you, Mr. Superman, Mr. Boy Scout? I love Lois Lane. She gets kidnapped. Do you think, would you come to me and say, yo, Bruce, I need your help. Lois got kidnapped. She gets to you. They kidnap her on the spot. And they say, if you fly to tell any one of your boys, even if you push a button with your super speed to let people know you're in trouble, she's dead. You are going to do what the people are asking you to do or telling you to do to save Lois's life. If people got a hold of your parent, I think the Superman's father already died in the comics. So if someone got hold of your mommy or got hold of your mama and Lois, you wouldn't hesitate to do what they're telling you to do. If they told you to kill someone, you might struggle, but it's like your mama's and Lois's life, or this person we're asking to kill, or this people we need you to kill. So Batman had every right to make the contingency plan to be like, yeah, I don't know about you mothers, but if anything goes wrong with y'all, I need a backup to take each and every one of you down. Not to kill if potentially, but just to subdue for a good amount of time to then figure out what to do. That's why I love the Justice League animated series so much, because there was enough time to breathe and let every character shine, go through his or her backstory, go through different journeys where they struggle to work as a team. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. That's why I've always been so pissed off at DC. DC isn't going outside to find new storylines. Your archive is laid out in front of you. All you got to do is be like, yeah, it's a beautiful display right here, man. Damn. Look, mighty fine right here. Wow. Which of these stories do you think we can bring to life in the movie theater, in live action? It's a massive, beautiful catalog. Such a gorgeous looking catalog. We can do Flashpoint. We can do the contingency plan storyline, but we got to establish first. So when we establish first, okay, so what villain are we going to use, or villains do we introduce in the first movie for Superman? He's got a plethora. We can't do Doomsday. It's too early because we need people. This is a new telling of the story. So we need people to get to know Krypton first. We need people to understand how because you can't do Doomsday without talking about Krypton. They both have to be, it's like a union or a marriage. So with all that on the table, these guys chose James Gunn. First, for me personally, I don't care how much people say they love Guardians of the Galaxy. This is not someone I would want to direct and write. You can co-write the movie, Maybe because he's so weird and I don't say weird because I'm weird. He's so different and quirky with his humor. Have him write some of the funny scenes and have them be intelligently spliced into the movie. Not when Lex and Superman are having a straight, back and forth emotional expression, and then Crypto cuts the thing in half. It's my gosh. You're fighting a kaiju, and then you say you can't take the kaiju down, and they don't show aftermaths when the kaiju got taken down by Mr. Terrific. That scene too. This is what I'm talking about. Pacing, not even pacing. Sequential moments. Even how the kaiju was released, he's small, and it's almost like he's treating the audience as dummies. One of the two goons of Lex says that's a very small distraction. The second goon says he gets bigger, or he'll get bigger by the end of the day, or by the next day. You didn't need to say that. Your job was to release this monster. And maybe if you want to extend the scene, just make one of the guys say, "Wait till they get a load of him." Cut the scene. You both work for Lex. I don't understand the psychology. Your job was, Lex told you, go and release this thing in this particular Times Square or whatever. That's your job. But the director wanted extra time on each character to have dialogue. It's not necessary, meaning that scene could have played out the exact way it played out, minus that dialogue. Meaning if we didn't get that dialogue, we wouldn't have sat down and gone, what happened? No. Because the next day, the news anchor said people saw and heard this creature, yada, 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 last night. And over the early hours of the day, it's grown to this size. So you see what I'm saying? He treats the audience as dummies. I don't understand how I work for Lex. If the person who released the creature from that little box on the van didn't work for Lex, but was a delivery man, his job was to put the box there and get out of Dodge. Cool. But if you just dropped it there and said, oh, what was that? Maybe. But to be two particular people who work close to Lex Luthor, they were both in the same room. They were part of two guys put in B1 and B12 and vitamin C and vitamin X and vitamin Y and vitamin blue chromosome. They were in his upper echelon. So to sit down and say that's a pretty small distraction, then the other guy to rebuttal and say it gets bigger. I personally did not need that. I'm not saying I'm okay with the kaiju. Kaiju is wrong choice, but whatever. They released the kaiju runs. That part even got me confused because I know sometimes when animals are released from cages, they tend to look back at what they were released from. Some, when they see the space of freedom, yes, they run. They just tear. They're out of there. They're not looking back like, who the hell captured me? Some do. Some would run from the cage and look back like, oh, yeah, it was one of you cocksuckers that poop, but it's like, man, it's all right because I see freedom. So it wouldn't make sense for me to attack. And some of the documentaries I've seen where a lion or a particular animal is released back into the wilderness, the people who release the animal jump into the car quick and lock the door and they're driving that way whilst the animal's going that way. Because sometimes the animal will turn around and leap at you. But especially if what do you call it? If the, what's this thing? If the the thing you used to knock down, I can't remember the name. Oh my God. When you shut down an animal and you knock it out, when it's knocked out, when it's wearing off, they can't necessarily attack you with the same ferocity and strength they normally would when they're at full optimum function. So that's just a nitpick for me. He came out of the cage, and then he spit a fireball at one thing and ran away. It felt like a Lilo and Stitch, but like, I don't know, it's like a Digimon evolved version of Lilo and Stitch. Fine, whatever. Then he gets big the next day. And then the same dialogue, one of the two goons mentioned another character in the movie. In the news anchor then states someone or some people heard the creature running around last night and it's grown ever since. So my brain was like, why? It's the scene happened right next to the scene. The nighttime, two goons release a monster. That's a very small distraction. It gets bigger. Just wait. The next scene, it's daytime. News just in. There's a kaiju or there's a monster rampaging, and apparently it was seen in the neighborhood. It was small, but now it's gotten big ever since, or since then. So why are we getting the same dialogue but from 2 different characters or 3 different characters? Again, dude is treating the audience like dummies. I'm going to jump now to when Clark, not Clark, when Clark was taken to, when they had saved the people from the kaiju, it's now dead, and he's like, I wish we could take it to some space zoo, intergalactic zoo, cool. Then audience is looking at him like they're zombies, and I don't even know what I like to put myself in movies that I really like, and even if I don't like it, I'm like, okay, let me just so I can understand. Let me put myself in this shot. There is no world I would live in where kaiju is attacking, and on a regular basis, different bad guys are attacking and monsters. And I'm also okay with that, because I recently watched around February, March, April. I recently fully and properly watched The Adventures of Superman, the cartoon, from beginning to end. Because when I was watching it back home as a child growing up, I wasn't aware that it was an episodic series. I just thought each episode was an adventure, or each iteration of the cartoon was an adventure. I didn't know it was like, a story. I mean, some episodes, yes, but there was some story that carried on for each episode 1, 2, 3, part 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. So when I fully watched the whole thing, I was teasing myself in my head saying, I wonder how it feels to live in Metropolis, where they're not only flying goons and bad guys and Lex Luthor, there are other alien things attacking on a regular basis, where it's like, yeah, it's life here in Metropolis. What do we do? Thankfully, we have heroes like Superman and Batman and other people done. I mean, I know Batman is Gotham, but they've crossed over before. So to live in Metropolis and there are monsters attacking, it'd be like when you're in the office and one of your colleagues is like, oh, Alana, come and see, there's a flying serpent, and Alana's having her, a sandwich or something. I mean, it's Metropolis. There's monsters and goons and ghosts in Metropolis. There's a way you do the dialogue to make it funny, and what word am I looking for? It's like an inside joke. We get it. You and I get it. We know it's like almost every day a monster in this thing. We get it. It's a comic book thing, adaptation made into live action. So those kind of things, you compound it and just have someone say, oh, look, it's a flying snake. I've never seen a flying dragon before. And then maybe you have someone who takes pictures of all these different monsters and creatures, and he or she has made a scrapbook, or he or she has made a living of, drawing and painting, and they're selling this stuff on eBay, or they're selling it on not eBay, or eBay, or their own website. They're doing an AI animation of the creatures, something. You're just saying, we get it. So for those of you who are thinking realistically, can someone live in this city? You could even have the news talk about, people are leaving Metropolis. So some people are like, they can't even raise children in this environment because it's so dangerous. Even though they have heroes like Superman and Green Lantern. I'm not saying you should or you must. I'm saying there's other ways to do it. You could do it. So fast forwards, my bad, and I jumped. It's released that the message that came with Kal-El on the spaceship. The full message is, Father and Mama say, yo, take over this planet, man. These guys are dummies, weak. None of them can touch you. When that yellow sun kisses your skin, ooh la la, my sweet child, you are going to be like a deity to them. So take as many wives as you want. That part didn't even make sense to me, because he's pure blood. Pure blood meaning he's the last of his kind. He's not being tampered with. He's pure blood. For the mother and father to tell you, mix with these non-Kryptonians who don't have any powers whatsoever, that's even going to make the children or the offspring of him, they're not even going to match his level. They will never match or surpass his level. He will drink from the sun 100%. Whereas half human, half Kryptonian will not be able to drink from the sun the same way his cells drink from the sun. And unless some of you are super omega comic book level fans who will say that, just like the Vegemite, if Superman was to lay with any non-Kryptonian, the Kryptonian blood will mostly supersede the base code of any species or being he's with, unless it is being made canon in almost every iteration of the Superman comics. I don't give a crap. It doesn't make comprehensive mental sense for me as a pure-blooded Kryptonian and being of a planet to shoot my son into another planet where I know that son, the sun, S-U-N, will make him practically a deity. Not only that, it just so happens that some of the fragments of Krypton, I don't know how that shit got whatever, happened to follow him onto Earth. And then this is the thing that makes sense to me. How did Jor-El know that Earth's sun reacting to fragments of Krypton will make Kal-El weak? If so, then he would. I assume he would be like, "Yo, if you find any fragments of Krypton, put on a lead suit and stash. In fact, throw that thing out of the cosmos. Throw it far away into the cosmos where it's going to go into another planet. Don't let anybody know this thing's going to weaken you." Because in the movie they were like, "Well, there's no more Krypton left on Earth, so I'm assuming Superman got rid of it somehow." Whatever, because they say we start the movie a particular thing. We're right there, man. We don't need to do any backstory. I'm not asking for backstory. I just need things to make sense in this world you've built, because you've put a lot of big things, like huge things out there. We're like, okay, cool. Lex has done things. I mean, I'd like to see some aspect of that building, or just the schematics or the blueprints. Fine. The message then says they're simple-minded people. Make as many babies as you can. Get all the harem and haram and Hurim suit and Hurim women in soup, whatever. The people who were cheering for Superman, yay! When they saw the video, boo! In said video, in a split second, in fact, not even a full minute, the message said, "Yo, we're Kryptonians, Kal-El. Don't you know? My son, my only son. We will not be with you in person, but we shall record this message for you. We send you to this planet where your body will soak itself in the elixir of the sun. You will be like a god to them. My son, we will miss you, even though we're not going to be in person and we don't have a version of heaven as the Earthlings do, so we can't see you from another dimension in our spirit form. But once you get to Earth, my son, make sure you smash as many women as you can, lay with them, capture them, and do as you please with them. Continue the empire of Krypton on Earth." Yes, yes. And there are simple people. Don't you forget, they're simple-minded people. Yes, that's how much we value Kryptonians. We want you to lay with simpletons, simple, basic women. Not only, but choose women of good stock. They must be gorgeous, body fit for a goddess, for a god as well. Lay with this simple-minded species and continue. Are you listening to the dialogue? Think about the mentality of the person who's talking. Is James Gunn trying to say hubris of Krypton or hubris of Jor-El and his wife? What's going on? What are you saying then? And here's where James Gunn is mocking the audience. A second ago, Superman saves this space from the kaiju. The message is right there on screen. Kaiju's body's right here. Everyone's like, "Oh, why is everyone not clapping?" You look at the message. He then says it. As soon as they say, "Yay, Kaiju's dead," Superman is sent here to take over Earth. Boo! The message called you simple species. You literally just displayed what the message is saying on the video screen. I was so dumbfounded. I was like, there's no way. When I was watching that part of the scene, I said, "Yo, when I get home, I better be seeing the people that I love to watch on this platform called YouTube, who I feel are truthful and are honest about reviewing a thing. Ironheart series on Disney Plus, not so good. Here's why. You do a breakdown. I got to watch it. The Acolyte series, Star Wars Acolyte series on Disney Plus, not so good. Why so? I got to see the breakdown. So I thought, okay, this is Superman. No people hold Superman dead. It's almost like Superman's like, it's America. You don't talk smack about Superman. It's America. What are you Mexican? You don't have any rights. If you're not Caucasian and American, you can't talk about Superman. You didn't make it. What are you African American? You can't talk bad about Superman. What do we do? You can't watch a thing and see the flaws. I just slayed a dragon that was going to kill all of you. Upon slaying said dragon, some of you were like, Yeah, that's a very cool sleigh. Wait a minute. News just in. News just in. And as I'm looking at the message, this message is talking to Superman, saying these people are simpletons. And as he's saying they're simpletons, we're like, oh, Superman, that's not nice, Superman. Boo. What? How do you know how I feel inside? Some species just describe my species. Some alien just called us simpletons. And then after seeing that message saying he should take over, not only was I about to go, yay, he killed the dragon. Boo, you came to take over our planet. You just displayed the message that this alien species just said you are simpletons. I was so, yeah, that shit hurt. It should hurt because it was 2 layers. Because it's the director choosing to shoot this scene. It's like is that a meta? It's like is that the 4th wall, 5th wall, in wall breaking? Oh, I don't know if you guys get it. Let me just pause so I can go to the comments. I can see it's like a Rolex. It's just it's spinning. So please give me a moment. I apologize. And like I said earlier on, it's gonna be all over the place. Let me just give me it just felt personal. It felt he's insulting the audience. And the kicker is, you guys didn't drop this thing on HBO Max like you did Zack Snyder's a full version of Justice League. Granted, Zack has his own flaws. And I didn't know this movie was... God damn. I didn't know this movie was written and directed by James Gunn. I feel for me, this movie is what Zack did with The Army of the Dead, written and directed. I think he directed 300, Zack Snyder, which is awesome for me. I feel when Zack directs, right there, buddy. When he writes and directs, it's like, hey. So you can excuse him for Army of the Dead. Then he does Rebel Moon, writes and directs, and all other people involved, whatever. I was like, yo, that's 2 for 1, bro. That's twice. I thought that was a mistake with Army of the Dead, and that was a good setup. In fact, segue, bear with me. When the first trailer dropped for Army of the Dead on Netflix, it's like I warped my memory of the trailer. I thought these mercenaries, skilled warriors, soldiers, and some guys who can hack into bank accounts, good hackers, basically, like a regular modern day Suicide Squad, Justice League, but without powers. You just got skills, different iterations of Batman, skilled people. This guy comes and goes, I need you guys to get some money from a vault. It's buried in some underground something, infiltrate the place, take out some of the guards, get the money out, and I'll give you half. So right now you guys got some bills and, debt problem. When you're done, you can buy your own island because I will give you half of the money. Very simple story. Infiltrate, go in there, get the money, come out, you're god level rich. I thought that sounded like a cool storyline. So they go into the vault, they hack in there, they fight some of the guards, they take them out, they get the money and they come out. Well, when they come out, it's all full of zombies. I thought that was the original idea for Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead. You go in there broke, you get the money, it's tangible, there's no fail-safe, whoops, the door shut and it's cut off someone's head. You guys went in there 7, and now it's 6, so the head is there, and then the booby traps, another booby trap kills another guy. You guys went in there 7, now it's 6, so his head cut off, and this one, the booby trap blew up someone's head, now it's 5, guys. It's basically you go in there 7, you come out 7. You go in there with not enough money, you come out with so much money, you can become a president of a nation. But the kicker is, when you went in there, everything was cool in Las Vegas. You come out, it's a bunch of zombies. In under how many hours? I was like, dude, that is one of the best storylines as a simple story. I go into the toilet. I'm on the toilet seat for like an hour because I had some burrito, whatever. I'm doo-dooing. I come out from the hotel, it's swamped with zombies. I'm like, God, you can make such a good story from that. So I thought that was the basis of the story. I then watched the movie. I was like, oh, okay, it's not what I thought it was, but it's still okay. I think it would have been a cool story if you come out rich beyond your wildest dreams, but you can't spend the money because this zombie thing, whatever it is spreading fast. Where you gonna spend the money in a zombie infested world? It's like the irony. You're so excited. You're like, what if you get caught? You're like, no, but if you get James on board and Tina can hack, and James is a good fighter, and he's always got the best armor we can wear during missions, so we can't get hurt. We can't get killed easily. We'll shut down the electricity first so they won't see us. We have night goggles on. So many ways. So if someone does like, okay, I don't really want to get killed just for some money, you have that little banter, that little back and forth. But then you have the character like Dave Bautista's character, like, dude, we go in here with how we are now. When we come out, anything we want to buy, we can do. Then the guy who wants to start a restaurant, you can finally get your restaurant. The guy who wants to start coaching people on how to fly or build his own plane, you can finally build your own plane. The guy who wants to open his own hospital or own retreat to start treating cancer patients and whatnot and do it, you could finally do the thing. Just by this one mission, just one day, we go in here and everything we've always wanted to do, but we couldn't do because of money and other reasons. We can actually now, it's like we're taking our destiny in our own hands. We don't have to kill any of the guards, but if we must, we will. And maybe they take a oath and say no killing. We just stun someone. But one of the guards is so gun ho, bring out a gun, and then someone kills him quick. Like, oh, you almost killed the leader, so I had to shoot him in time. Then there's that little guilt. Like we came here and we said we mustn't kill, but that wasn't for fun. That was, I had to stop. If I didn't kill him, you'd have been dead. So there's a little guilt there. But like, but on the plus side, dude, we came out unscathed and we have the money. Start doing your thing. Maybe someone, takes out the phone and say, I want to call mom to book a flight. Or call my wife and say, yo, get the kids ready. Let's book a flight. But then it's like on the phone, you can't call because of the vault, because there's no signal from that level of how deep they are in the vault. Then they come out. They're so excited. Like, oh, we're about to get lit with this money. We're going to the club tonight. There's no spending because half of that city or half of your US is zombie run. The irony is you've got the money. You're now billionaires. But where are you going to spend the money on? I literally thought that was the premise of Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead, only to be what it was. And then when they were shooting a zombie, there was a point where the bullet hit one of the zombies' head and it sparked like metal. I was like, what am I watching here? Then there's another scene where one of the zombies had glowing eyes. What am I watching? What's going on? Then there was a scene where there was a zombie queen, and then the zombie king bent down and put his head on the zombie queen's belly. I said, oh, hell no. No. That don't make no sense. Now, you need to pause on that one, Mr. Zack Snyder. So you're trying to convince me of what we're used to seeing in the zombie mythos. You saying zombies be knocking boots? Come on! Oh. How do you want me to take that? So for my brain to make sense of it, I said, hey, you're getting overworked up for nothing. What if the zombie bit an already pregnant woman? I said, okay, cool. That's making a lot more sense than saying zombies be knocking boots and then they're getting pregnant zombies. Like, how do two zombies have how do two zombies make love? My brain couldn't say it, so I said, no. She was already a pregnant human woman in Las Vegas, and then the prime zombie king who turned everyone by biting bit her, and then obviously the whole molecular composition turned plus baby inside. Cool. But why do you care about a zombie baby when you see what I'm saying? Now you're putting too much thought into a thing where you're just a monster. You're a creature. You're just like Solomon Grundy saying, Solomon Grundy want baby. Woman looking beautiful. Solomon Grundy want to be a daddy. And Solomon Grundy has chosen you as fine looking woman to be Solomon Grundy's wife and baby mama. Oh, I said, Zach, nah, never. If I catch a film by Zack Snyder, I said, hold on a minute. Is it written and directed by or just directed by? Because he did he do Watchmen? He did Watchmen, right? He did what? Watchmen 2 was cool. There's some weird shots, but as a, I would skip a few scenes if I was watching it again. It was all right. Rorschach was cool. Mr. Manhattan was cool. The lead, the tall guy, I don't want to spoil it for some of you guys, but the tall guy with the Sphinx animal, whatever his name, I like him too. So there are elements of the movie where I'm like, I can watch it again, but I know where I'm going to skip. I will skip a few things like, nah, this is just too long. Skip. Everything else is cool. Then Rebel Moon came out. I said, hey. Last time, my brain was like, hey, remember what happened last time? I said, yeah, the zombie movie. But what was the way to figure out how not to watch his projects again? He directed and wrote the zombie movie. I said, all right, cool. Let me go hit up Google real quick. Google, talk to your boy. Did you direct this movie and write it as well? He said, yep. I said, oh, hell no. I'm good. Then they had the balls to then say, Netflix held him back. The studio interfered. You can't do what you want to do, Zack Snyder. We're gods on this planet. You do what we tell you to do. It's under contract. Then he said, guys, Netflix is fighting me. They don't want me to shine, guys. I need you to fight for me, guys, and tell them to release the full Zack Snyder cut of Rebel Moon. It's still the same trash. Sometimes we get pissed off because we're spending money to watch these things that are bad. I feel it's 3 tiers. For me, personally, it's 3 tiers. 1, it's the money. 2, it's the time. I could even be doing something that I want to do and enjoy doing, but I've spent this time on top of the money I've spent to watch this thing. And 3rd, most of all, that I feel, again, for me, I'm not saying for you guys, for me personally, this thing trumps money and time, is the attention. I zoned out everything. I'm giving you my full focus and attention. So my brain is open. Hence the questions I'll ask: who built the Superman robots? Who taught Clark how to read the Kryptonian hieroglyphs? How did Jor-El know that he was going to be raised by good parents? How did Jor-El know he was going to land in Kansas, Smallville? How did Jor-El and his wife plan and preempt every exact step that Clark has gone through? How did Jor-El know that this message would be played by Clark on a regular basis when he feels like it? He can't feel homesick because he's never been to his home. It doesn't exist. So who let him know, by the way, when you came to Earth, this message came with, or this video came with you? They're speaking in a language you don't understand. Then who then built the robots? Who was, man. Yo. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. There's a kaiju in the city, and this is what people are doing to kaiju. That's a very big ass foot for a kaiju. It's a very, very big ass foot. Then people are like, oh, I'm so happy Superman saved the squirrel. Yay. I told my brother earlier on, he saved the squirrel by flying. He swooped right, picked up the squirrel. When he came to the dog, he flew underneath the foot of the kaiju and stopped it. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to help me in the comment section. Let me pause so I can go back to the comment section. I know I said earlier on I was going to read, but you can tell how pissed I am. Ladies and gentlemen, just explain to me why you would record 2 shots of saving an animal, 2 animals. One animal you fly to, you whoop, because the car was going to crush the squirrel, so you swooped in and picked up the squirrel and put it down. The same speed at which you used for the squirrel, why didn't you do the same thing to pick up the dog and get it out of the way? Instead, you stood there and held the... Some of you will call it a nitpick, but dude, this is what I'm saying. Shot sequence don't make sense. One action overrules the other one. Granted, the squirrel wasn't going to be crushed by a foot or by a tail or by a tongue or by a drool. it was going to get killed nonetheless. The same way the dog was going to get killed nonetheless. So why shoot two different shots? Why not just have him fly, save the squirrel, fly again, save the dog? What's with the hold the foot? Then when he got crushed by the foot, the kaiju then did, then he did a Bugs Bunny thing. I guess because Warner Brothers owns Bugs Bunny, right? Animaniacs. So that, you know, when Bugs Bunny is traveling on I can't even talk. Wusa. You know, when Bugs Bunny travels on the underground and then, you know, pops out from the hole. That's what Superman did. When I saw that, I said, yeah, this guy, yeah. The world is going through a lot right now. If it's not inflation, if it's not all the dark, nefarious things and in people's personal lives, that it makes sense that they are satisfied and so pleased and happy with this movie, because there's so much pain, there's so much anguish, there's so much sadness, there's so much stress. Some people are dealing with cancer. Some people are dealing with loss of their husbands, their wives, their children, their grandma, their grandpa, their friends, their very best friends, their close friends, their teacher, their neighbor, people they care about. So when they go to the cinema and see all these bright, flashy things, yay, woo, wee, they're bound to say, yeah, this is a beautiful Superman movie. All you guys who don't like it are haters. My brain is so wide open, I'm seeing all the flaws, but they can't, it's locked. They've got so much input from their own personal lives, their own real world experiences. They're like, no, I need something to take the edge off. I want to laugh. I want to feel happy. So if this is the first release of Man of Steel, that would have made, they would be like, oh my God, it's so dark and grungy. What's with this? Superman's supposed to be dark and grungy. Where is the right way and the American way? And these same people haven't accepted that Superman had to change to meet the times. Because I'm going to do a separate video, because some people are very coy with this thing. Some people are very, very coy. Honesty and truth is the best policy. Be honest, be truthful. It is a very powerful frequency. The original reason, intention, and purpose for the creation of Superman will only lie as the primary gospel for the two people who created it in their head. When they speak about it in interviews, we don't know exactly what's in here. Even themselves, when they speak about it, it'll change from how it is in here. But they know how it feels when they made it in here and in here. When they speak on it, it might bend a little bit. They're talking to Fox News, CNN. Few words might be tweaked on purpose by themselves or the people who are like, yo, guys, try and use these buzzwords during the interview, okay? Yeah, in 3, 2, 1, okay, and go. Interview starts. You might have been influenced by different people when you're speaking about the thing. Also, the time period and era that the people were in when they created Superman, was it a response to something? Or was it just because? We also need to be honest about the creation of a comic book, because storytelling is across the board. Storytelling doesn't belong to America, brown Americans, Mexican Americans, Caucasian Americans. Storytelling is for the whole world. The mediums in which you tell stories, audiobooks, podcasts, comics, novels, whatever iteration, how you tell stories and the mediums you use is up to you. Hieroglyphs. You can come here and read it. Okay, cool. The king was born. Okay. That's how he died. You can read a story on people's walls in their nations. No one has the say of this is what a story should be. Now, when you're sharing your idea with the world, at some point, you might need to change certain things. How you used to talk back then, the word you used to use today, be like, hey, that's a racial slur. You can't call somebody a color or a word for a color. That person comes from a land. Those people are called yada, yada, yada. These people are called yada, yada, yada. You can't then say this. No. They come from a nation. You must respect that nation. The same way you guys you boast about America, USA. Yo, that same charge you got in your energy, give the same flowers back to the people. So now the next iteration of these comics will change, because that era you were in when you first made it phased away. Now, the people who made the comics and people who read the comics alongside said people. We can't. It'd be erroneous to say the people who made it for children only, because grown men would have read it, because grown men made that character. So grown men and women were like, yo, I see what he did there. I like that. So if we pass this on to our children, they'll learn it quicker. So when they get to our age, it'll be embedded in their psyche. So whether you call it propaganda, yada, 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 whatever. It's another way to tell stories without having to tell a story by the campfire. Nothing wrong with it. It's how you choose to tell your story. You can't go around the world saying this is how to tell a story. When you share your character, Superman, with the world today, compared to the origin of it, you will be honest to say it's changed. That time period where we had this issue with said country and that country and this nuclear weapon, it's changed. It's still there a little bit, but we don't speak as boldly or as loudly as we used to then. America, Superman, the American way, yada, yada, yada. I've realized they don't say it anymore. So we need to honor and acknowledge the original state of said character or characters. The same way Marvel launched its comic book line, cool. I could be wrong in this, but it's like, okay, yo, we're selling these comics, man. They're making good money. But we don't see enough African Americans buying this stuff. I wonder why. Let's see. What if we create an African American character for the African American audience? I wonder what would. So, you see what I'm going with this? When they made Black Panther T'Challa, did they get a brown African American who was born in Africa and grew up in US to create the character T'Challa? Or was it a bunch of Caucasians that came up with this concept to sell comics? Now, we've heard Stan Lee speak, I wanted to make something for the African American audience, so they can share. It's like, we're telling stories, but I want everyone to feel included. Cool. When you speak, remember what I say? Speak and hear. These are two different things. This is not an insult. This is all of us. When the girl asks, when a couple is talking and vice versa, someone is pissed off with said couple or said partner. And when they ask the question, in their head, they're going through the what if scenarios, like a timeline, like a future thing. If I say this, we're going to end up with this outcome. If I say this, we're going to end up with this outcome. So it's best if I dial it down a bit. And this is the better outcome we come out with. Vice versa, the person who's asking the question, if he says this, he's going to end up with this. If she says this, I'm going to end up with this. But you might have preempted the other one, and the person's like, I'm cool. We can eat that meal you want to eat. Oh, no, we can eat that meal you want to eat. Let's try that meal. I've always thought about trying it out. In your heart, you know what the heck you want. But because you've seen all the eventual outcomes, like Doctor Strange, in Infinity War, when he had the time stone, okay, cool. How many times did we lose? 14 million, so. How many times did we win? Once. Almost every one of us has the ability to just foresee the outcomes of particular dialogue and conversations we're having people. So it's best we just go with this outcome. So we can sit down and say, yes, it was a group of people, Stan Lee and some brown people. No, nah. They want that brown money. Let's make some brown characters. And over the years, these things change and transform. So the original state of being when it was made differs from how it is now. So Superman was made in a particular time period for a particular audience with particular elements, and it's changed. I still can't fathom when people go in the comment section and say, oh, it doesn't make sense. It's like this in the comics. That means you're not a comic book fan. You didn't read the comics. I'm like, dude, the comics has changed over the years, bro. What you mean the comics? The principles are maybe one or two still remain, but the original core principles of Superman has changed over the years. So when you say read the comics, which one? Because you are never in the heads of these people unless themselves, when they say it. Mr. James Gunn said, Crypto was inspired by my rescue dog. He's telling you. That was key red flag for me, number one. He's letting me know why this dog is in this movie. He just added story points to make him exist long enough in the movie. He's in here because of my dog, period. Also, he's also Kara's dog. Yes, he's Kara's dog in the comics, but I've been shown the look of Crypto. It doesn't look the same. I've been shown different panels of crypto. It doesn't act the same. I could be wrong. Now, some people are crying about Kara Zor-El's iteration. She came into this movie drunk. I'm like, dude, let me jump to these comment sections right here because I said I was going to do it. Let me not say it and not do it. We got zero Redux. My bad if I read your name a little off, and I refuse to turn off my brain. Yo, zero. If you're still here in the comments, for real. So can you imagine? I'm paying you money for my time. Money for time and attention. And then you are asking me in return. Just turn your brain off. You're mad. What? I'm ready. I'm here. You put the bat signal in the sky. I'm here. What are we watching? Let's go. Tickets bought. IMAX done. Pre-booked done. My friends and my family, we came together. Popcorn done. You've all got your money, but you just pissed in my face. And then you whisper softly in my ear, by the way, turn your brain off. What? Turn it off for who? You don't want me to think? Oh, hell no, son. That sounds sus. What? Suspect. Suspicious. You want me to turn my brain off? Why? What's wrong with your movie, cuz? What's wrong with your movie? Is it dumb? Oh, hell no. I want my brain to be turned on so I can get all the good stuff. I don't like the way you sounded, Zach. I mean, my bad, James Gunn. What you mean turn my brain off? For what reason? I don't know. Hey. You should have said that on your poster. You should have said that in your trailers. I'd have been like, oh, maybe I don't need to pre-book my tickets, then we good. He said, turn your brain off at the end of the trailer. I don't know if I like the sound of that. That don't even sound fun. I want to experience everything. That's like saying turn your senses off during the adult session. No, I want to kiss my girl and taste everything. Yo, I love the texture of her lips. I love when she touches my skin. You said turn my senses off? I'm numb. No, sirree, Bob. Zero, thank you very much. He said turn your brain off for who? No, sirree, Bob. I want to take you're cooking me a good meal. It smells good. I'm saying, yo, it smells. Some smell look, but no, the other parts smell real good. I'm like, I don't know, it smell like it's bullshit, but the other parts smell real good. Then you be like, oh, before you sit down and take a sip of the soup and turn your taste buds off. What? How am I supposed to enjoy the meal? I'm just gonna just chew and swallow? No, I want the taste buds to dance around in my mouth like, this is good. What you put in this shit? Pink salt? Sea salt? Natural salt. I like the way it tastes. He said, turn my taste buds off. No, sorry, Bob. I don't pay for the booking. I done shut down my bowling trip. My bowling game. I was gonna take a trip with my fiance for a month. It's gonna take my family to to the beach or wherever, Seychelles, or we're going to Greece. We're going to Egypt, Kemet. We're going to the motherland. It's been a while. So I already canceled all that for this, beautiful dinner occasion. And I came here hungry, belly empty to taste your food. You said, turn my taste buds off. Oh, hell no. This sounds suspect. Mr. James Gunn, something ain't right. You want me to turn my stomach off, my taste? I said, what? Nah, No, sorry, Bob. He said, CGI crypto, forget he had behavior which wasn't funny, gave me uncanny valley. Yeah, there's some parts. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Zero. Yeah, you're right. Some parts are like, this is why you don't do it. Because when you didn't have to spend, and I wonder how much they spent money on the CGI dog, because they like to complain about it. It didn't make us enough money. What did you spend the money on? Because the story is highly questionable. And then you allowed this director. What's Warner Brothers doing, by the way? I'm confused. Did James Gunn sneak in crypto and convince the head of Warner Brothers so much they thought it was a real dog, until when they did the interview, yo, where you get that dog at, James? You must have trained that dog well on set. Said, nah, CGI. Oh, word? Okay, cool. What inspired you to put crypto in it? Man, that dog I rescued, Mojo Jojo. I rescued a dog called Mojo Jojo. Yeah, it was really beat up, and then we had to rescue that dog. And it just inspired me because, he was chewing up my script, and he messed up my laptop at one point, and, chewed up my slippers. He swallowed my wedding ring. So many things. A little rascal dog. Yeah, but he's a rescue dog. You can't be mad at these dogs. We just love dogs so much. So I thought to myself, yo, it would be so cool to have crypto in the Superman world for the first time. Of the idea or of the reality of my rescue dog. Now, if I'd never rescued a dog, I would have never thought to myself to put crypto. I've never done any interview in the past where I was like, yo, imagine if I was made president of the DCEU or DCU, whatever it's called. And, if they made me do Superman, I would really love to see what crypto looks like in a Superman movie. I've never had that thought. But as soon as I rescued this dog, dude, it's like the dog spoke to me. I was like, yo, you know what? You know what? Rescue dog, you are right. You are so on point, rescue dog. You on point with that. That's a good, yeah. I'm gonna put you in the movie, but call you crypto. You see what? Anyway, we back on this comment section right here. Shit. How does Otis know it will get bigger? Where did they make this monster? You asking some, yo, let me take a screenshot because I got more videos to make. I've got more videos to make. If they did test, how do they control it? So yeah, exactly. So maybe it shrinks and gets bigger, it shrinks and gets bigger, it shrinks and gets bigger. But it couldn't shrink this time because they killed it with the nanomites in his belly from Mr. Terrific. Fantastic, no, Terrific. That's a great question, Zero Redux. Great question. I don't pick the screen that one. I'm gonna shout you out in the next video I make with that question because boy, it's a very small distraction. Homeboy's like, it'll get bigger. You both work for the company and you don't like Superman already. Here's the strange kicker. I don't understand what Lex wants to. This is what I'm saying. I'm so confused. He said distraction, right? So he's relying on Superman to save the day because when he had, if you notice, when he had Ultraman in the Hammer of Valerian Hammer of Hammer suit, when he had Ultraman in that suit, you notice when he used the I-beam, he didn't kill anyone. So people would give their opinions about Lex Luthor and say he's just a bad guy, I guess. But for someone who's watching the thing, you've gone through a lot just to piss off Superman. You then finally found a message, happenstance, by the way. You just about found the message that was plain, happened. Oh, peeps, when I say I'll do the videos. You just so happen to find a message that reveals what Superman's parents wanted Kal-El to do to the Earth. But before all this time, what did you want to do to Superman? Is what I'm saying. You have no regard for the environment because you release a kaiju. You have no regard for the people in the environment because you release a kaiju. You have no regard for the people because you had the Hammer of Valeria using the I-beam to just cause a lot of collateral damage. You have no love for your fellow human being. This alien who's come from another planet, who's showing more love to these people, you're upset about. And people are telling me, Lex doesn't have to have a reason to be bad. This is not a bad human being. This is a human being who doesn't have his senses well screwed in his head. This is a mentally, not even mentally ill because he had childhood trauma. This is a disorderly person. This person is a disorderly being, a disorderly entity. This being relishes of disorder and disharmony and suffering. He relishes of said suffering. There was a scene where he said, they chose him, let them die. He doesn't have care for mankind, but yet he speaks so boldly about mankind. I don't want us to be hurt. We're so weak and we're not as strong as him. He's projecting. And everyone's saying this is the best Lex Luthor. This is an incompetent human being who just has the know-how to do a thing, but not to quantify the thing he's done. Builds a pocket universe. And the very tech he's used to build said pocket universe, he's been told this thing will rip apart if you don't use it properly or build it properly. And this is why it shouldn't have been built. And in a scenario like that, where you think someone would do this for a particular reason, and do it well. I'm still surprised no one has come in any video to scientifically discuss how people are able to breathe in said pocket universe. Meaning, you know, when they have these TV shows where certain things are debunked in the Bible or certain things are debunked scientifically, I've not seen anyone say, oh, by the way, you can breathe in the pocket dimension. I don't understand how that's even doable, but that's neither here nor there. That's, you know, people love the movie, and as they've called me many times in the comment section, you're just a hater. You don't even like Dragon Ball Z. You're not a good person. You're a hurt person. That's why you don't like the movie. My bad. Zero. I know he's not here anymore. Zero Redux. I was ranting so much I couldn't focus on the comment section. How does it? Yeah, you guys had so much comments. I'm so sorry. I apologize. That's how pissed off I was with this movie. I was. I should have, focused on the comments, but yeah, I'm still pissed. I'm still pissed because like I said, money, time, and attention. Money, time, and attention. You want me to turn my brain off? No, sorry, Bob. But let me woosah so I can have enough energy to record another time, because I just wanted to come here and record this live real quick. Random Superman plot hole. Superman has X-ray vision, yet doesn't know who the Baravian Hammer or Ultraman is. Yeah, someone already said that in the comments as well. Eureka, great point. Great point. And this is what I love. I love when it takes a lot of us to figure out the problems in this movie. Not only me or you, but collectively. Because when someone said that, I was like, oh, shit. Because I thought I'd seen all the flaws. I had to watch it again, by other means, wink, wink, just so I wasn't like, oh, maybe you were upset when you went to see it the first time. That's a great point when someone else mentioned it when we started the live. I was like, dude, I cannot believe I missed that. And there was no reaction from Superman. He frowned, yes, but how would you feel if this person who doesn't like you for no reason, you haven't even found out the exact reason why he doesn't like you. He just doesn't like you because you exist. He doesn't believe in gods and Satan and angels. Then he sees you. Not only you, but all the metahumans. He doesn't like them, but you specifically doesn't like. And then when you find out he's cloned you, you don't react to that. You don't react like how dare you? Because you're Lex? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you if you can just clone? What is wrong with you? Even the news doesn't rip him to shred. The news doesn't tear him apart. It's just one or two dialogue or Lex fool us all. Oh my God, I can't believe we got fooled by Lex. No, dig into the thing. This guy cloned you and all you have to do is frown. You copied me. A whole unique being, you copied me. That would have made me more pissed off to break Homeboy's bones. But again, it's Zack Snyder's movie. It's not a Kosmic Jedi movie. Worst Superman movie ever made. JT41. Most definitely. I took my kids because they wanted to see it and they all hated it. Yo! I wish I hadn't missed this comment, because I'm seeing a lot of people say some children liked it. So if your children didn't like it, that means you got some very intelligent children. You got some very, very intelligent children. That's a good story. Intro. Snap. I think is Eureka talking about, I don't want to misconstrue it. Are you talking about when I was talking about Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead? If that's the case, then I appreciate that, because I literally thought that was I thought that was the whole premise. It's Lord James Gunn forgot Superman had X-ray vision. Exactly. But it's like, my bad. Yeah. Why doesn't Lex fuse the DNA with his own? I think that makes him slightly. I don't think he'll be able to absorb the sun the same way the Kryptonian DNA does. Yes, we all get energized by the sun as human beings, but we don't levitate, we don't fly. We get our, vitamin D from the sun. Am I getting it wrong? Dude, so tired. So the way we draw energy from the sun is different from how Kryptonians draw energy from the sun. So even me, I wouldn't want to splice my DNA with a clone I'm trying to use as a counter against a super being, because I know by doing that, I'm going to limit his ability to absorb the sun fully. Now, maybe if I added Superman's DNA into my blood, maybe, but I'm not original Kryptonian. My original base codex is 100% human. What I'm doing is splicing and tweaking. Now, maybe in science, in our real world science, you can alter the base code of a current existing being and completely transform and evolve or mutate the human genome of this human being into something else that supersedes or that is greater than the human being, maybe. But as it stands now, to my current temporary knowledge of science and DNA and whatnot, I personally, after cloning a being like that, I would not add my blood to that being, because I feel I would cap his or her energy or strength because of the introduction of human DNA into that gene sequence. So cloning, like copy and paste, I'm happy with that. What I would like to do is copy and paste and then be able to manipulate his intelligence. But even that, if you're well, he did say the cloning process didn't go 100%. He just said he's stronger. My brother and I also asked, if he's stronger, how? Because Clark needs to go to the sun most of the time when he needs that energy. If he's not flying to the sun himself, he's in said ice fortress, and he's getting that omega, 57 Kelvin omega Zeus juice level times 10 on his body whilst he's laying in bed. So he doesn't always have to fly to the sun to get that juice. He can just go to the ice castle. If someone happens to locate it before it strings back into the floor, they destroy it. He's always got access to the sun. So you'd have to take someone who's really maniacal to fight Superman, to then block the sun and say, yo, where you gonna go now? We've blocked the sun with some funny things in the atmosphere. You'd have to fly to another country where we haven't, tampered with the atmosphere to go into the sun, come back through said country, back to Metropolis to then fight whatever villain I've released. So maybe Lex is the one to do that, or another villain, or maybe Brainiac. Maybe Brainiac could be like, okay, I mean, I'm from Krypton, so I know you mother effers, you're beast mode under this Earth's yellow sun. So I'll do something to mess up the sun or block the sun's rays on Earth, because if I tamper with the sun, Earth itself is going to feel the wrath. All Earth will feel the wrath, because everything functions with the exact distance we have from the sun. Rotation, gravity, everything, the exact distance and relationship we have with the moon, everything is in order. So if I was to tamper with that as Brainiac, then that's going to be some shenanigans all over the place. The light, then you go turn on the light real quick. Now you're right, makes no sense. Superman is reduced to crowd control. Yep, in this whole movie. Without Mr. Terrific, Superman has no plan for the kaiju. Fucking hell, my God. My God. And even when the kaiju was released, I was like, I see what you're trying to do, because people complain again. This is comic book accurate, man. You're just a comic book hater. You never read the comics, so shut up. I don't like these guys who just make YouTube videos and you never read the comics. You're not a fan. Only a fan should have the right to make a freaking video on YouTube. Some people talk with a level of I almost said elitism. There's a level of not hubris. You're talking as if you own things. Some of the people in the comment section of my previous video spoke as if they own things. You don't have the right, the language, the right to make a video to speak on a thing you don't know because you haven't read the comics. I'm like, dude, I don't understand the way people speak. Whether or not I've read the comics, do you see the flaws and the problem in this movie? With or without knowledge of the comics, do you see the flaws? I'm pointing out flaws that my brain doesn't like. Even if the story was from the comic, did it fail in the comic? It makes sense that if it didn't work in the comic, you would make it better in the movie. I could be like, yo, dude, I want to make a story about this comic. And my friend would be like, yo, that comic didn't sell well, man. Yeah, but I see the mistakes in this comic. What I want to do is improve on the flaws when I make the movie. Then my friend would be like, that's a good idea, but that's a risk, because this comic issue didn't sell well. Now, prior to this issue, all the other iterations of this story was awesome. People liked what they were doing with Superman. But when they changed it, it didn't sell well. The audience said, never again do this storyline in the comics, because you made us spend money on bullshit. In fact, we could argue for a refund. We'll let that shit slide. Next time, don't make this same story again. Don't make Superman have punk hair and green hair, because in this story, he managed to fall in love with Joker because Joker was a woman. No. Don't. I see what you're doing, but don't do it. Keep what we like already, improve on that. So then I didn't tell my friend, yeah, this story, I see the flaws, but I want to improve on it when I do my live action. So when people say it's in the comics, what do you mean? Was this the bestseller? This comic you keep saying it's in this comic. Okay, which issue? Issue 2005? Issue 4KK24? What number? Say it so I can go and look at this issue and go, oh, okay. I see what it did there. But in that comic, like I said earlier on, did the people who paid money for this comic, did they love it? And then give me the ratio. Because if 40 people loved the comics and 60 people hated it, I can't piss on the 40 people. 40 people loved the comics. But as an overall, when Warner Brothers is making its money back, they would have seen a slow pull-up. Then you ask the question, what's the ratio? 40 people like this. Yeah, but 40 people of that money is not cool. We want at least 80 people of that money. So next time you don't make the same mistake twice. You don't tamper with it. We say, hey, we tried a thing, it didn't work. That's part of growth. We tried it didn't work. On to the next one. And then you say you shouldn't make a video if you're not a fan. Some people make me, as if when I read that, I'm like, yeah, you're right. Turn off my camera and never record until, okay, a new IP comes out, or Stranger Things. The Stranger Things didn't come originally from a comic. That I'm like, okay, I hope these guys won't yell at me. I can talk about this, right? You talk to people by typing words or by podcast or audio, and think by just saying the thing, abracadabra, it is going to be done. It shows me how highly incompetent these people are. You said a thing, and I read the comment, and therefore I follow suit. Hubris. Not only do you turn your brain off, your respect for another being you don't know who or what is, a fellow human being, a respect. You're talking about bright, hope, peace, harmony. Superman, the American way. Superman is peace for all humanity. Yet you speak insultingly to a stranger because you didn't like the way he expressed the truth about the flaws in the movie. Are you paying attention to the psyche there? You are revealing yourself as James Gunn revealed the incompetency of said people in said movie. Also, some of you like to use these words, matter. It's a photo break. It's meta. It's a meta commentary on the war. It's a meta to some of you people who are comic book lords and gods and deities. If you didn't read this, you dare not speak on this. You brown-skinned, no reading comic being. Turn off your YouTube account. Incompetency is on a high level, like highest level. You watch a movie about peace and hope, about a character that says everyone. He did a grand monologue to one of the bad guys in the movie. I'm as human as they come, and yet you can't pay me the same decency, even though my pigment differs from yours. I've not read the same comic books you've read. You can't pay me the same decency to say, yo, I can't really see why he doesn't like the movie, because I've been in a bad mood. So this movie made me feel good. And I'm blanking my eyes to the flaws. Whereas this person, whether he or she feels good or feels bad, his eyes are open. His brain was turned on when he went to watch the movie. He's probably seen things that I don't want to admit are there. No, you are literally like the without insulting but honest expression. You're acting like the monkey's Lex, tortured to sit in a chair or chairs, a bunch of chairs to type on keyboards. And you who don't know who I am, and just like you've done to other people who don't like this movie for good, valid reasons, not reason, multiple reasons with the S at the end, you insult strangers you've never met. You don't have the right to have an account. Well, where is that coming from? As if I do this, you can just kill me or remove me. Some of you, you came out from the cinema and saw a movie about hope, but you insult another person. I was like, yeah, some of you people are not, yo. Yeah. Let me whistle on that one. The light's going down. Give me a second. There we go. All right, we're in comment section again. I don't want to miss it because I don't want Zero to be pissed off. Zero's like, yo, bruh, check the comment section. Zero like, check the comment section, man. You just yappity along, man. Check the comments, man. I said, Zero, my bad, Zero. Give me a break, man. I'm trying, man. I'm so pissed off with this thing, man. How does the engineer instantly connect with the alien tech? Did Kryptonian use Apple? I hope Zero comes back. Zero, if you go and come back, bro, that was a good one. I got to pick the screen, that one. This dude is giving me fire. Let me pick the screen real quick because where's it at? You did me dirty on that one, Zero. Yeah, I got you. I got it because I'm taking notes because I want to sit down and make a comprehensive video. That one I got to add. Did the Kryptonians use Apple or Windows? What power did her nanites have to merge with the computer? None. Yo. Because I like how you said Windows and Apple. Because we're on Earth, we can say there is a person, or there are persons, or there's a hacker, or there are hackers or tech engineers out there who can because we from what we know in our tech reality, it's all zeros and ones. So if you call it Peach, the new operating system, if you call it the new OS, glasses, or if you call it the new OS, pillow, whatever we name brand it as, its base code, like the human genome, is a bunch of 0, 1. And then, text, when I hit this app, do so and so. When I click, it's commands, but so 0, 1s, but it's a bunch of trees and a forest of a bunch of 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1. So it's a sequence of the 0, 1 as well. 1, 0, 1, so on and so forth. But because this is a different planet in a different solar system, it therefore, we can argue, can't have numbers the way we know it. Our numbers is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like in some cultures, some ancient cultures in Western world, they start from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. For those of us who are into numerology, they say, or they know, or we know that the numbers repeat themselves after 9, 1, 0, 10, 1, 1, 11, 19, so on and so forth. So some people would say the highest number as a base is 9 because after 9 comes 10, going back to 1 and 0. In some other cultures, you don't start with 1, you start with 0. This is why, again, some people can speak in a way as if they know everything. Whereas when you go and read other people's iterations and expressions of this universal thing, some people will say, in our culture, we start with 0. Another intelligent thing to say is, okay, well, in our culture, we start with 1. You ask the next question is, okay, so out of these 2 to 3, 4 cultures, including mine, who is the oldest culture, with or without proof of recorded? Because let's not forget, some cultures went to other cultures burning their cultural libraries, stealing some things and burning the rest. So this is where I said earlier on, truth is the most across the board. Whatever language you speak, you must be truthful about a thing. So I can't say, you guys start your numbers with 0 to 9. That's dumb. That's stupid. You cannot say that because you did not originate their culture, nor did you originate this culture. You are an extension of what mommy and daddy taught you or you learned in school. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. You didn't ask questions. You weren't even given a chance to. Maybe some people did and got shut down. Some, when you get older, why do we start with 1? I read somewhere in the books that some other cultures start in 0. Then another person say, well, those cultures predate this civilization by 5,000 years. Well, goddamn, 5,000 years is quite a lot, man. So you mean you guys already had numbers before we had numbers? Yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's not. It's just they did it before you did it. It's nothing wrong. Doesn't mean we did it for. No, you don't. You shouldn't even have that. What we're doing now? Does it serve you? Yes. Then keep it pushing. So, for intelligence sake, we cannot say Krypton also happened to have numbers the same way humans do. And even if so, if their number starts with Umru, Uru, and then 0 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or it's Amra, Uru, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in Krypton, cool. But just because they have numbers doesn't mean they use numbers as their base code for their tech as well. So 0 is right 1,000 cosmic percent. You can have an Earth nanotech interact with an alien technology and then deduce or just pull the exact information. It'll take a little bit. It'll take a little bit because you'd have to almost become let me fanboy a bit. You'd almost have to become like Earth's version of Brainiac for Krypton to be able to read the language in the idea of a Krypton tech, not Earth tech, to then find the best correspondence of the Kryptonian language that Earth's English matches. Because if you were to translate that exact message that Jarrell douchebag daddy and his wife douchebag mama sent to Kal-El, if you were to translate the exact message to French, Spanish, Yoruba in Nigeria, Hausa, Igbo, what other languages there that I've forgotten? Japanese, Chinese, they will not sound the exact same because their dialect, the way they speak, the intonation, everything is so different. I'm about to geek out here. We have the Bible that's been translated how many times? And in each translation, certain things have been lost unintentionally or intentionally. So to translate an alien language, not even in the same solar system as humans, homeboy, 0 is 100% galactically, cosmically correct. How? Whether even if the engineer used Apple and Windows combined, no, because it's just a name brand slapped on the base code. Everyone, if you learn properly, you can write your own software, and you can have your own company like Apple has its own. If everyone sat down and we all were taught properly, I don't even think none of us need to sit down anymore. We can tell AI, write me my own operating system for my own custom-made computer. You can. And in said custom-made computer, I want the Apple software and Windows software, or Apple apps or Windows apps, and the what's this thing called? And the Samsung, there's another word for them. Samsung apps, anyway, to run smoothly without any hiccups on my custom-made software or custom-made system or operating system. Now that you could say is like a next level not supercomputer, but next level interesting intelligent computer. You can tell an app to run open without having to even click on the mouse anymore, keyboard. Open app and run quietly. Run so and so. Run command. Just like Star Trek or Star Wars. Yeah, Star Trek. Computer. Yes. Connect me to deck. Computer, coffee, please. Computer, Fanta with 2 eyes, please. And it's just command. No need to type or touch. It's now talk, command. So he's absolutely correct. You can't explain that. You can't. But again, James Gunn. And when you open your mouth, you didn't read the comics. Okay, so where in the comics was it done and how was it described? Because on the panel, if you do that, you still have to describe it on the panel. So when someone's reading that, okay, hold on a minute. It makes sense. Then you can have the little, turn your brain off just a little bit. It's not real. It's comics. We get it. It's still storytelling. But I said earlier on in the live, stories for everyone, not America. No, it's for everyone. How you tell your story is different. Campfire, Native American stories, African American stories, Puerto Rican stories, the Mayans, the Aztecs, Mexican, everyone, Japanese, Chinese, everyone has stories, Indian stories, everyone has stories, not unique to one particular group of people. How you tell the story differs. Paint, calligraphy, text, verbal only. You never write it down. And it's not like, those are very stupid people. You should always write the stories. No. No, maybe in their culture, they knew how to upgrade their capacity of thinking. They can remember things a month ago, beat for beat. So some people's culture is oral tradition because here is like a supercomputer for them. No need, no necessity to write things down. Other cultures were like, yo, this is powerful, but I like to come back to a couple of times, just read it a little bit, tweak it a little bit. Nothing wrong either way. But when you tell dumb stories and expect people to take it in, no, sirree, Bob. We don't like that. We're not turning our brain off. So you can turn your eye like, oh, just a little part of my brain as I read this text, trying to convince me how alien tech works with human tech. But 0 is 100% complete. You're right. They make no sense. Then she found the other part of it. There's so many things wrong with that. Like I said, oh, my wife, Zor-El, we're dying. Oh, let's put our baby boy in this spaceship. Oh my gosh, we're dying. Oh, we must send him to Earth. Before we die, our son, we love you so much. Look after yourself. You will never see us, but you get to watch us on this recording. It's a good thing, yes? Google Gaga? Yes. Now go. Oh, before we send you along, our son, wife, tell him, yes. Yeah, yes. Don't forget to take over the planet. Yes. Oh, it's so hot in here. Krypton is about to explode any moment from now. Yes. Don't forget to take as many wives as you can, my dear son. Lay with as many harems and harams and hurums and many, many, many women of great stock, of course. Their bosoms must be on point. Their buttocks must be on point. We don't have no lesser Kryptonians. Yes. Of course, you're diluting the blood, but it's better than nothing, my son. Oh, the heat. The heat. I can hear the screams of my Kryptonian brethren. They're dying. Oh, I wish we could come with you, our son. I wish. But nevertheless, go in the name of Rao. Dominate that pathetic, putrid, wretched of a planet. Simple things. I bet when you save them and they find out our secret message to you, they'll boo you in a second. You don't like the movie because you like James Gunn. You want the dark costume and Henry Cavill's thick, muscle-bound baboon monkey person. We like our Superman to be beaten a little bit. We like a bright costume. You African Americans shouldn't speak on things you don't. Have you read the comics? Then don't have a YouTube channel if you haven't read the comics. It's just rude. Have you seen the cartoons? Yes, I have. It's still, if you haven't read the comics and you've seen the cartoon, it's not. We need more. You can't have one of it. Must be both. The criteria of having your free speech on this platform called YouTube, it means you must read the comics I want you to read and watch all the cartoons I want you to watch and like what I want you to like. I know I sound like Lex in the movie, but still, that's the criteria we want from you as a YouTuber or as a human being who happens to be on YouTube. You can't come here and open your mouth with your free will. I didn't make you. But I can tell you what to do. Like, what? Oh, dude. Y'all are funny, man. Y'all are making me laugh. The engineer cut Superman in the stadium fight. She cut Superman. No way. How did she? Man, I'm going to Google that. I'm not about to go see this thing again. When did she cut Superman? Holy crap, I missed that. I don't care how super you are. You can't blow your way out of the pool of a black hole. Sorry, bro. This guy out. I'm gonna picture screen that one again. Dude, some people said, we need some OG scientists. We need some proper scientists to help us break that one down. Because I too, when I first started, I was like, that's a black hole. From what I know about black holes from dialogue and movies, anything sucks in anything in close proximity. So are you saying black holes get stronger the bigger they get? Then what's the force? Pardon me. What's the strength of the force of the what's the strength of the pull of the black hole? I didn't know. I thought the black hole was when it's activated, anything in sight zoop, sucks it in. And the more it sucks in, the bigger it gets, right? Or it just gets bigger, whether it sucks in minimum or maximum. I could have sworn when a black hole starts and just starts sucking in stuff, it starts getting bigger. Or is a black hole just getting bigger despite how many things it sucks in? Then when it gets strong, the bigger it gets, that's when the pull gets stronger. Again, movie doesn't elaborate. I expect you as a moviegoer to know all these things. Why? Because whatever, man. Whatever. Shout out to Zero Redox. Thank you for joining the stream. He said he's out. Appreciate you. Appreciate your time and your attention. LSG said Ice Breath won against a black hole. Yeah, exactly. Same thing. Same thing. Anyway, I guess I can woosah now and chill. We got Fantastic Four coming out next week. And I already said in my previous videos that I thought, and I hoped that Fantastic Four would beat Superman. In one way or the other, or both ways, either in the box office or in terms of storytelling, or both. So after seeing Superman, I'm like, well, this is a very bad movie. So now Fantastic Four has to do very, very well in story. Box office, I bet they're going to tweak the numbers a little bit. I don't know. I don't care. Even if they don't tweak it, I don't care. I don't care about box office. As far as I had 2 points. I had two things to say about Fantastic Four versus Superman. I said one of them will suffer either in the box office and story department or both. And so far, the Superman movie has failed in the story department heavily. Box office, they can tweak that. I don't give a shite. Now, Fantastic Four has two things to do for me. Do well as a story and do well in the box office, because I need to re-upload that video once that happens. And even if it doesn't, I'm still going to re-upload the video. Remember when I said it, people in the comment section are like, oh no, it's not going to happen. Or you're the Lulu. Or you don't lost your mind, Kosmic. It's not going to happen like that. Oh, you wait and see. You wait and see. It most definitely will. You wait and see. Because it's shame. It's a massive shame. You ask questions and you're mocked and you're insulted and you're told you're not a fan, go and read the comics. And yet, here we are. Here we are. How do you explain this then? How do you make people understand this then? How do you describe this to people and people are like, oh yeah, it's making sense. I get it now. I get it. This is a poor movie. It's a poor movie. And there was no discussion after the hate or the outpour or the outcry to Superman, like, woo, you came to take over our planet, boo. There wasn't anything after that. There was no interview with the public. You know, how do you feel about what you saw about Superman? Because they made sure to record, especially the brother. You know, I was a Superman fan until I heard that he was going to take over our planet. I hope he burns in hell. He got the mic. They did that. They did that for the black guy. Then they did that for the other guy, one of the guys who worked in the Daniel Planet. He then took off the brooch, the pin he had. I think it was the Superman, the S symbol, I think. And he took it off his collar, like, you know, like, I don't support you anymore. It made the people look so feeble. And I feel it's another important topic to speak about, because it made me feel this is how James Gunn sees some of us, or all human beings, or all people who watch this movie. Because when he introduced that, he said Crypto is based off his dog. What's that got to do with anything? What's that got to do with anything? Why do I even need to know your rescue dog is what inspired Crypto? You didn't have to have Crypto. The story doesn't need Crypto. Only for it to be like, this is what I want to use Crypto, not only for my dog inspiration, but to set up Kara's story as well. See what I did there? So for you guys, you just thought I threw the dog in because my dog is to set up Kara. I don't even want to see Kara's story. After this movie, I don't want to watch anything with James Gunn's hands on it. Written and directed, or written or directed. I mean, it'll make for a good rant like I'm doing now, but no, I have no desire. I'm not looking forward to it. It is below my radar, especially how Supergirl was introduced into this movie. I'm actually surprised they didn't even do that whole Superman is a little, meek in this one. Let's make Supergirl super strong and super astute and super present. I'm surprised. Almost thankful they didn't do that, but surprised they didn't do that. She comes in drunk, and then he says, she likes to go to planets that have red suns so she can feel the effect of alcohol. I'm almost curious as to what took her on that journey where she likes that. Because we don't know, again, we don't know what age she left, or she was sent out from Krypton. So I can just about hear the guys in the comment section. That's why you should read the comics, man. I don't know what age she was sent out from Krypton, but I don't know what happened between escaping Krypton and to where she landed. Did she land on Earth first or a different planet first? And then she was just doing her thing. Then the beacon was released saying there's a Kryptonian ship somewhere on Earth. She goes there, finds Kal-El. Where did her taste for alcohol come from first is what I'm trying to say. Like, how bad is her life that she just wants to drink? She lost her planet. Cool. So the best way is to get, okay, cool. Maybe it's an allegory for loss and how you deal with lost alcohol. Cool. But it's James Gunn. So he's going to make half of the movie that alcohol thing. Or he's going to do a spin or a twist on the Drunken Master, but Supergirl, where she fights drunk and just about wins fights. Like, yeah, imagine Thor at his peak or getting towards his peak, but always drunk, and wobbly all over the place. Such a, yeah. I'm not excited. I'm not looking forward to seeing that version of Supergirl after he introduced her in this movie like that. And my cousin, when he and I were talking about it, he was like, first of all, you can't say the sun, yellow sun, gives you all that power, and you only go to planets with red sun so you can get drunk. What I'm saying is, by the time she entered into our solar system, before she even entered into Earth's atmosphere, whatever she drank would have weared off in time because of the relation of her cells to the sun outside of Earth's atmosphere before she entered. So in our solar system, coming in, the sun's radiation would have affected her. Now, even if she was in a spaceship and she wasn't flying, the radiation was still penetrated through, unless she probably made her spaceship out of lead or whatever. I don't know. But now I'm over speculating. But Jeremy Johns and my cousin said the exact same thing. How did her cells still stay affected by the red sun on another planet when she already came into the Earth's atmospheres, into the Earth's atmosphere and our solar system with the radiation of the sun? No matter how far away it is, the strength will be stronger in space before she enters Earth's atmosphere. So by then, she should have been, what do you call this word when you're not drunk? She should have been, I've forgotten the word. Sober. She should have been straight sober, hi Clark, and then gone. Not like, but whatever. When you bring up these things as a real problem, you're told not to speak on it. Yeah, like Zero said, turn your brain off. I'm not turning my brain off for no one. I'm not turning my brain off for nobody. No, siree, Bob. No, paid money for this thing. Turn my brain off for what? That's how you watch movies, by turning the brain off? Yeah, some movies you're like, nah, you're not supposed to look too deep into it. Not even supposed to think about it. Is it fun? Yeah. Was it action? Yeah. It's done its job. But if you had advertised the movie and on the poster, turn your brain off before you come and see. Yeah, maybe. Maybe some of us would have done it. And some of us would be like, oh, is that the criteria to see the movie? No, thanks. I thought it was a book your ticket in advance and they come and see the movie. But you're saying book your ticket in advance and turn your brain off? No. No, baby. No, baby. No, thanks. No, we don't want to come see it. I want to be at least active when watching my movies. It's like telling someone to come and see a Christopher Nolan movie. Turn your brain off. Or you better turn that thing on and take somebody else's brain with you, because it's about to be a doozy. It's about to be a thinking piece. And it's a beautiful experience, because when you see it, you're like, yo. Like Tenet, how do you like? I mean, some of us like, golly, even Matrix. When Matrix came out, people were like, yo, what the hell was that? That was so awesome. I'm baffled. Let me go see that again. And it's a win-win for the studio. Beautiful movie, beautiful story. A little hard to get the first time. For some of it, it's not gonna be a shameful thing to express. It's not like I'm hiding it, so I have to admit it was hard. No, first time I was like, yo, I mean, I see movies and I watch movies, but this is different. Let me go see that thing again. And it's for me. I'm not seeing movies for other people. We see it for ourselves. We see it with our friends. We see it with our family members. We see it with our lovers, our loved ones, our children. And if it's awesome, we'll see it again. I've watched Infinity War so many times I can't count. I cannot count how many times I've seen Avengers Infinity War. I've lost count. Thor Ragnarok, same thing. Winter Soldier, same thing. I've lost count. But each time I see it, it's like the first time. Terminator 2? Terminator 2. Hey. Terminator 2. I've even watched one multiple times, like part 1, but part 2? RoboCop, the first one. Yo, son, stop. Lord of the Rings. Harry Potter. Nah. Mm-mm. I can't even tell you how many times I've watched Matrix. The first time I watched it, especially then, the movie-going audience then was like, you didn't get it the first time? Well, you can tell someone's not intelligent. That's when I was so susceptible to incompetent people. An intelligent person will speak to you differently with level of respect. What didn't you get about it? You know what? Let's go see it together so I can assist you in getting it, because it's a thing you want to help everyone experience. When you ate this meal, you didn't like what you didn't taste this. So why? Oh, you must have had chewing gum last time. Nah. To enjoy this meal, your taste was different from mine. But what I'm saying is, don't have anything on your palate prior to this meal. So you don't sit and say you had chewing gum before you ate this meal. You're dumb. You're stupid. You're incompetent. You are revealing to me your incompetency. An intelligent person with a level of compassion for a human being will say, you didn't get it? Nah. Sit down. Talk to me. What do you get about it? Oh, I can see why. Say less. I got you. You got free time this weekend? Let's go see it again. I won't talk during the movie, but if you want me to talk, tap me and say, yo, break that shit down before the scene change. Blah, 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 blah. Or I'll be like, you know what? I don't want to talk during the movie. Since I've seen it I've seen it multiple times in here. When we're done, the second viewing with each other, when the movie's done, I'll break it down for you. Boom. Then the sweeter part is when it comes out on DVD, Blu-ray, and all that stuff. We can pause, play. And then there's certain things I've watched now that I've watched before, and I'm only seeing things now like, oh, that's what he meant. And oh, no way, Like I watched, I listened to a track from DMX recently in yeah, been eating long enough now. Stop being greedy. Keep it real, partner. Give to the needy. Then he said, ribs is touching. That part I was like, wait, what? You mean he's so hungry that his ribs are touching? My brother was like, yeah, you didn't get it. I'm like, no, I didn't. Not that I didn't get it. I didn't know that's what he said. Because DMX to my ear sometimes raps so fast. All I was hearing was, yeah, been in long enough now. Stop being greedy. Keep it real, partner. Give to the needy. And all the other stuff he said. But when he said ribs is touching, I'm like, ribs is touching? I was like, what the, is that like a innuendo for like knocking boots? I said, no. When you're so hungry, your ribs are like, dude, what? Yo, that had me in stitches. But like, you mean I've been hearing this song so often I didn't catch that? Nah. There are movies I've watched multiple times and start finding new things. Like, dude, what? I was like, dude, come on, son. Nah. So these are things, the journey we go through with these movies, and then you hear trying to talk to people like we stupid out here. No, sorry, Bob. Let me say thank you. If she was... What's up, David? Thank you for joining, by the way. If she was on the Red Sun planet, how did she not die there? That's a good point. Well, it depends. It depends on how much she drank, but that's a good point. I mean, if she didn't have any fights, let's assume she didn't have any fights with someone, and no one knows she's Supergirl per se, or no one has that external knowledge we do to an extent. Let's just say most of the people there don't know about the red sun, yellow sun, strength, weakness thing, because if she had enemies on that planet and they knew she was coming to that. You see, now we're going. See what I mean? You see what I mean? This is why I asked the question, who made the Kryptonian robots? Because if Clark built the robots, then what did he build it off? How did he know this thing is Kryptonian AI to plug into this machine I built on Earth to then download? Oh, shit. That's a very good point. Because if he had enemies on that planet who knew that, Kara comes to this planet or different planets at different times of the year or whatever, of the solar year to get drunk, I don't even need to beat Kara. I don't need to fight you. I just spike your drink with a little poison. You sip that thing, but damn, you're done. Game over. Fatality. Flawless victory. Quite literally. That's an easy way to take her down. I'm sorry, when she come in? She in November? I'll say less. Get me that juice real quick. What's her favorite drink? All of them? In fact, spike all of them. When she come, pour that thing down in her, done. In fact, give some to Crypto, done. One major threat, finished. Then we're going to deal with that Kryptonian on Earth. Very great point. That's a very good question. How did she get back? And if so, then how? And if she's got back, wasn't she sober by the time she got back? Yep, that's what I was saying. My cousin brought that up. He's like, yeah. So because if it's a yellow sun, when you're in space, the radiation is different on her vessel, on her body, than it is on Earth with the ozone, the atmosphere, and the shielding we have on Earth. Plus, if you're saying that she didn't fly back, then we'd have to say she used a spaceship. Then my question would be, what? Because this is how you have to, because you want to make it make sense. Otherwise, you just blah. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, she flew. Blah, blah, blah. What's blah, blah, blah? What do you mean? Come on, son. So my next thing is, okay, she didn't fly, and she can't fly because she's coming from a red sun, so she's just hey, red sun planet. Ooh, that was good alcohol, man. Yeah, that's that Kavasier on planet Zeplar. Planet Zeplar do Kavasier better than Earth. Ooh, flying upside down and drunk. Ooh. When she enters our Earth atmosphere, and back to me. Da 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 da. Yeah. Or if you say she wasn't flying, cool. She wasn't flying drunk, like drunk driving, which is bad because she was flying drunk. She'd probably end up hitting some asteroid or hitting a meteoroid or hitting a freaking I don't know, a moon, and causing a planetary whatever. Or if you say, well, she's not going to fly in the same path of planets, but she's drunk and she's coming from a solar system of red sun. So how long is it going to take for her to leave the solar system of said red sun? The gap between a solar system of red sun and our solar system, what's the distance? How big is that red sun? Can we see that red sun with our telescope from here? No, so it's a far distance. Then how long does the alcohol last in her system between red sun and Earth sun? So if it's a spaceship, she should still be sober when she gets to Earth. Hi, Clark. Where's my dog, Clark? Hey, look at me. I'm James Gunn's version of Supergirl, Clark. Hey, bye, bitch. What are we watching? Yo, this boy is slick. James is slick. James insulted the audience twice in 2 layers. I got you, cuz. We're going to give you this dumbass Superman. Then boom, we're going to give you his cousin. She drunk. Everyone's going to argue, no, he's not going to be drunk in the whole movie. I guarantee she's going to be like a drunken master Supergirl. I guarantee half of the movie or sometimes when she's fighting people. Look, I'm drunk. I can still fight you. Then we ask the question, how can you still fight if you got a red sun? Well, I got a suit on. Yo. People got to be careful defending things you're not thinking through. Here's a very simple text. I'm looking for an example. I ain't got none. It's in the comics where I heard New Rockstar say it, and I think I heard Emergency Awesome say it. I could be wrong, but I know I heard New Rockstar and other geek websites and YouTube pages that I watch say this iteration of Supergirl is in the comics. Is it important and necessary for a storytelling across the board? Not it's in the comics, that's why. No, across the board, is it necessary and important we get a drunk Kara? Why can't you tell a story without this aspect of her? There are many iterations of her. I keep saying these guys, Warner Brothers has, this is how there's a plethora of episodes. Forget the comics. Let's just talk cartoons. Boom, in the archive of Warner Brothers. I can look at it right now. We can use that episode. Yeah. That's a good story right there. We can use that one right there. Yeah. We can combine it with that one right there. The comics don't exist in this comic. This is a think tank group. This is Warner Brothers and all the Warner Brothers spirits and Warner Brothers gods and goddesses and giants and Kryptonians. All the Warner Brothers evil, whatever. We are talking right now. What do you want to do with a reboot of Superman? James Gunn, go. No comics, by the way. We're only going to stick with the cartoons we've made. The Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. I can't even talk. The Justice League and Justice. God damn. The Justice League and the Justice League Unlimited episodes. Plus the Superman or all the Justice League, Superman, Batman feature length animation, every cartoon ever produced after the Christopher Reeve era. Not old school, we're talking current school. Toonami, Cartoon Network, Boomerang, all them boys. Teen Titans era, everything. The death of Superman when he fought Doomsday, that's the only catalog we're going to use. Please, to those who will watch this live later, I apologize for a long live, bear with me. To those who will watch this live later, in the comment section, explain to me why it is not a simple task to just say pause on the comics. We've got a visual, not pages, but visual area we can dive into and say we can pull from these episodes and combine as one. Since you are able to make your character Ultraman who fights Superman, who in the comics has his own complete story. If you're able to do it in this film, it means you can do it. Why don't you just go inside your visual archive? And for those of you who are worried, like someone in the background is like, well, Mr. Warner Brothers, yes, what's wrong? Well, we can just use the episodes of Justice League and Justice League Unlimited to make movies because people will spoil it for those who haven't seen it. You're right there, voice in the back. Thank you very much. You're welcome, Mr. Warner Brothers. So what we're going to do, James Gunn, is you will pull from different aspects of these episodes and you will splice because you're the director. You're a good storyteller. Yes, good, Gunn. You will splice these stories in some way, shape, or form. We will help you along the way, of course, and make sure they make sense. Voice in the background, what do you think about this? I think it's good, sir. Good, voice in the background. So it's a very good point, by the way, because if you did episode 1 to 4, scene for scene and shot for shot, the fans who have seen it will go tell their friends, dude, I know what's going to happen in this movie. What's going to happen? I can show it to you right now. I've got the whole box set. It makes sense. We don't want it spoiled. We want their money and their time and their attention. We obviously don't want to piss them off as well. So it makes sense to, for example, Gunn, you can splice episode 1 with episode 10. Yes. And you can add story of episode 5 with episode 15 of the Unlimited series. See what I did there? I jumped from Justice League to Justice League Unlimited. Yes. Good, Gunn? Yes, good, Gunn. You're listening. I like that. So then we can make a good comprehensive story that makes sense. What we don't want to do is piss off the fans and say Jor-El and his wife sent this only child to then wipe out the planet or take over the planet. Voice in the background then says, but sir, we have this in one of our comics. We're only looking at the cartoons. Voice in the background. I'll have you fired if you interrupt me again. What the fuck? How hard is it to do that? If all you have to go by is the comics, again, another voice in the background. Sir, we have so many great comics to pull from. We don't have to pull from the ones that didn't sell very well. Very good voice in the background. Thank you. Sit down and keep quiet. Gunn, what do you think? He has a very good point, by the way. If we go into the comics that the audience and the fans didn't like and pull from said story and make a whole movie out of it, it won't make any sense. I see what you're saying about Kara getting drunk, but a lot of people did not like that comic book run. I don't want to lose money. We want money. Money is God in Warner Brothers. Get it right through your skull, Gunn. Understood? Good. So we want to stick to the stories that the fans liked. That made sense and made money. Voice in the background. Very good, Warner Brothers, sir. Thank you, voice in the background. Don't kiss ass too much. It's not good. It's getting moist. So pissed. So pissed. I wanted it to be good. You just wanted to hate the movie. Black guy. So many black guys who don't like this movie. He doesn't like Superman because he's white. David said, "How does Lex decode Superman's?" Yo, bro, we already ripped through that one, dude. If this is why I wanted to record a video and not go live, but I didn't mind doing both. We already ripped through that one. If I still don't get how the two tech work together. It's a great question, David. I still don't get how a tech from Earth works with an alien technology. It's new to you. And just because if this was full AI, it's like, you almost got me. You almost got, because if it's just pure AI, pure Android, no human whatsoever, but you are human augmented. So it means your base code, your original seed is human, tweaked to now be human / nanoid. But if you're originally made nanoid with some human element, that's like RoboCop. You're RoboCop, but you're still Murphy. You're not 100% robot. You weren't made from, you were just, a little code here and there, but the consciousness, that's the whole, is he really human? He doesn't have, he's all metal. Yeah, but is what makes you human just your body alone? No, your consciousness. Well, consciousness is not real. How do you define consciousness? Well, he remembers his freaking wife and child. It's just programming. It's just code. It's just a bunch of zeros and ones. Can if I spit right now, do you see zeros and ones on the floor? No. So don't just English away a thing you can't explain. Oh, gravity is just gravity. Okay, describe gravity. Well, I can't describe, but I can show you it. What's air? Air is air. Okay, in other people's culture, did they say air is air? They have a different word for it. It's still the same thing, different description, but you can show what air does. When you breathe in, breathe out, you blow on something. Hey, stop it, not blow, but come on, man. It's nanotechnology. What is it? Quantify it. Plus, she's a augmented human being. Now, if she was a pure android with AI coding inside her, you could get away. You can't. But my question would be, even if it's pure AI, what's your basis of understanding Kryptonian language? You've never been to a non-existent planet. Yes, you have you have a book here, but you'd have to sit down for a long time just to understand the glyphs. In Arabic, they write from right to left, yes? Just that difference alone, right to left, just that difference alone. I imagine an alien planet would have a different way of writing. Maybe they didn't write at all. Maybe everyone in another planet had information stored here. They just looked at information and got it. And when they spoke, I don't know, but you can't assume every planet operates as human beings. That's even belittling. It's like you're trying to compound something out of your comprehension. Say, for me to only understand it, let's bring it down to this level. You are going to lose information when you bring something you can't comprehend here, because we can't be dishonest with ourselves here where we are right now. Fuck it. Look at the planet we're on right now. Look at the planet we're on right now, and certain things that are being done. Just stand back and look at it. You should be honest enough with yourself to say, dumb, BS, bull, shouldn't be what it is. Just as no, I don't want to. I'm so pissed off. I don't want to say as a collective, because some of us don't like the nonsense going on. So I do not say we. I always separate myself from nonsense. I do not like a lot of things that are going on right now. So much so we have to put it in movies for other people to get it. Oh, I see what he's doing there. It's the war between two nations. Oh, you have to see it as, oh, wow. Yeah. Your boy is pissed off right now. So when you see all that nonsense, I agree with David and everyone else who said the same thing. How do you explain to me how this nano/human being can understand a language that was created eons ago? How they tell time is different from Earth. They're clearly an advanced species. Their tech is far beyond ours. And you, half human, half nano, debunked it in how many minutes? And she had the balls to say, it's going to take a little while. No, you should have shut down. In fact, here's game. Here's peep game. This is an alien technology, right? And it is to protect Superman's identity and the archive and information of Krypton. Because this is the last standing, aside from Kara. I don't know what Kara has in her spaceship, but let's stick to Kal-El. This is the last standing location for an important information. Anything outside of Kryptonian that enters this memory bank, this computer, shut down instantly. But no, I can't say that. You can't say that, black guy. It's in the comics. You haven't even read the comics, so shut up. You should have no opinion on said matter. What? What are we doing? What are we doing? And I'll put it simple. In the Fortress of Solitude, anything that enters that is not Kryptonian or the Superman robots is alien. So therefore, an alien entity has plugged into the computer. I don't care how you plugged it in, whether it's to the USB-C port, USB-A port, USB 2.3 PO port, whatever port you plug yourself in, it's a shutdown because you are not a Kryptonian device. So deuces, bruh, shutdown activated. Even if you fight the robots, there should be an artificial intelligence inside the machines to say, hey, hold on a minute. This is not Kryptonian tech. That finger touching the keyboard right now is not Kryptonian. The fingerprint is not Kryptonian. The blood type doesn't match Kryptonian. You should have an infrared in your whole. This is your sacred space. And just because somebody who has the same genetic marker, because it's a clone of Superman, walked in, Superman didn't even have a security band on, something on his belt, something on his suit to say, hey, somebody just entered your spot. Because you're out here all the way in Manhattan or Metropolis, and your door is opening. I mean, that could have even been cool. Like he's fighting, and then there's an alarm going off. Like, hold on a minute, I'm here. Why is my door opening in the Fortress of Solitude? Shit, I'm being invaded, or something's entering my, and then boom. Then people are like, where the hell did he go? He's got to fight this thing. That's probably when the Justice Gang come and save the day and whatever. He has to go and stop whatever's. But when you do that, you introduce a different storyline. Please listen to me. This base is an alien base, and it's not open for the public, so it's in secrecy. It is to house my Kryptonian technology and information for me. Otherwise, Superman would have faked it like Clark Kent and said he's trusted Clark Kent to write books on Kryptonian text and sell it. But no. Fortress of Solitude. Not fortress of anyone can enter, dude. Or anyone can enter this place, dude. Fortress of Solitude. So even though someone who has the same genetic marker as you has entered, but we know it's not you because you're there, shut it down. And even if you can't fight this, clone, cool. Protect the archive information at the highest chance possible by all means necessary. Lock it down. So when the nano chick goes in, I'm trying to now shut it down. In fact, let her dance there for a while. Say, come closer, girl. Yeah, keep fiddling around. Then you send a bug to her brain and you lock her shit down. She'd just be stuck there on loop. You can't touch her. You can, and then the thing draws energy from the sun. You touch her, you get singed, cooked quick. This is security measure. You are not authorized to be in here. You damn they got lucky because you cloned our boy, and you're in here with the clone. Oh, it's game over for y'all. But it's James Gunn, And what do I know? I've not read any comics. I've not read any Superman comics, so I don't have any right to speak on it. You know? And when you ask the comic book fans who know it, well, they say, oh, you're taking it too serious. It's just a comic book. I'm confused. You're angry that I don't read the comics. And when I call out the foolishness in the comics, you say it's not that deep, bro. Dude, take it down a notch, dude. Have a glass of water, bro. What the hell? It's just a comic book movie. It's not real. You know, we have real life, scenarios. Have you voted? Dude, go out and vote, man. Go out and touch grass, bro. It's not that real. But they'll be in the comments, oh my God, you haven't read the comics. What kind of human being are you? He's just black bitching about a movie. Can you make a better movie? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Give me the funds, whore. Give me the freaking funds and woo-wee. Yo. I won't even say that on right. I'll be like, yeah, give me the money. Yeah, give me the cartoon archives again. Now pull storyline 1 from episode 1. Thank you. Pull storyline 5 from episode 5. Yeah. Pull storyline from episode 16. Giving like the major villain and minor villain. Yeah. Yeah. No, we're not going to introduce Bizarro because I want Bizarro to grow. We want the reason why Bizarro. We don't just say Bizarro. No, I want origin and then this is the reason why. I want the Parasite to be there. I can't put Metallo because Metallo is endgame. Metallo is the only person in this planet that can conjure up kryptonite because in the movie it stated itself, you can't use kryptonite to weaken Superman. Why? It's all gone off the planet. I have a contingency plan for that. I have one up my sleeve. So we ask you then, what do you want to do, Mr. Lex Luthor? I don't like Superman. I want him stopped. What do you mean stopped? Killed? I would love to. If you had a chance, would you, Lex? Oh, freaking yes, I would. But you have a man called Metamorpho trapped in your alternate dimension. Yes, I do. He can turn into kryptonite. Yes, he can. His whole body? Probably so. Just a finger? Probably so. If you turned said finger of Mr. Metamorpho into a bullet and shot Mr. Superman, wouldn't that end his reign? Oh, by George, you've got it. I'm such a smart man, Mr. Lex. And you, random stranger, thought this idea better than me? You are a genius. But I won't kill Superman with that idea you just gave me about Mr. Metamorpho turning into a kryptonite and I can create a bullet and put it in a gun and shoot Superman in his head. I won't do it. Why? Because James Gunn, my God, won't let me do it. I need to be in the second movie. And I need Superman to be in the second movie. Just like Joker would never kill Batman. Who the fuck is Joker, Mr. Lex? Who's Batman? I wouldn't tell you. You'd have to wait for the sequel. Ha 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 ha. It's a very dope comment here that I've been singing for a long time. Toot tongue. That's a damn toot on. I don't want to mess up that name. I'm struggling to read that one. Yeah, why would you adapt a comic book that didn't sell and expect to earn money from it? You know what? It is what it is, man. They just say we're fake fans and whatever. Superman 2, they killed Zod. He just didn't show it. So it's done before. Not everything. Can we just pan the camera away? Yep, exactly. Yep, good point, David. Good point. Jimmy died in Batman v Superman, and Rachel Adams and Henry Cavill had plenty of chemistry. Man of Steel was when Cavill just discovered and displayed his powers of Superman. Man of Steel was good. I don't, you create something, let it grow, let it breathe, let it expand. And I never watched that movie and thought to myself, oh my God, the costume is so dark. I didn't really focus on the costume. I loved the costume, not the color. I didn't like or dislike the color. I love the form fitting of the costume. I love the this sigil. What does that S mean? It's not an S, it's a sigil. It's just something, the same way James Gunn did a different thing and said Jor-El sent him to take over Earth. It's the same way I like what he did there, because again, I'm going to say my assumption is Zach wanted to be like, instead of having to explain my mommy and daddy is so disgusting and put an S because the people call him Superman, so put an S. I just did something different. Maybe there's something in the comic book where the S sigil is the symbol for Jor-El in the House of El lineage. Maybe it is. And because again, I haven't read the comics, y'all help, you let me know in the comment section. And if that's the hard Superman lore, that S is his sigil, all the way back to the Christopher Reeve days, and before that, the original story is the S is the House of El sigil. Cool. Or whenever it changed and became a collective agreement that, hey, I like what they did there, the S, Superman, but also the House of El sigil. Why not? You've got the crest with 2 lions. You got another crest with 2 horses. You got a eagle with 2 heads, or a phoenix with 9 tails. Crest and animal totems and animal sigils is not new. It's been around for a long time. So it stands to make some sense, so the human mind can assimilate the information that in this planet we don't have snakes and tigers for our sigils. We have symbols that look a particular way, to denote the people of that bloodline, the house of that bloodline, the lineage of that bloodline. You like Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings and House of Uru and House of Okara. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, but you don't treat the audience as stupid people, so we can let that slide. You know what? You're just a little wink. I see what you did there, wink. Let it slide. But when you say, "Oh, they sent him here to take over Earth," but then I'll ask you, why would you do that when you're dying? Oh, the planet's about to explode. Send the child away. Send so our child can survive, only to rule another planet. My cousin and I spoke about this shit. He asked a very good question. He said, "Yo, if Jor-El wanted to conquer so badly, why not just build a spaceship for yourself and your wife and leave Krypton? Especially if you know the planet's going to die eventually. Or since James Gunn changed the story a bit similar or exactly what it is from the comics, then my question would be, in said comic story that James Gunn pulled this from to make for this movie, was Krypton going to explode? Because in this movie, Superman said Krypton is gone. So did Jor-El know it was going to explode eventually? And if you knew, when did you know? Because when you start piecing these things together, it makes your character and the director look extra stupid. Extra stupid. So when you are knocking boots with Jor-El and his wife are knocking boots, 9 months after, here we go again. Here comes the mind. Or because I'm ADHD and neurodivergent, my mind is different. Did on Krypton, when their women are pregnant, do they have the same 9-month cycle like we do? Number one, intelligent question. Just a simple, not even animals on Earth don't have the same gestation cycle as human beings do, even on Earth. So therefore, on Krypton, is it the same 9-month cycle? So when did Jor-El knock boots with his wife, and then voila, baby Kal-El is born? And then the planet's like, hey, hold on a minute. Oh, what's going on now? Oh, hold on now. Hold on. Yo, I can sense with my Kryptonian powers, even though there's no yellow sun here, Krypton is about to die. Quick, wife, put our son in a pod and make sure you add the robots and this information about to record. Our son, all of Krypton goes with you. Get out there and take over the planet. Even though you're a baby and we don't know exactly what age you'll learn to speak, but you're Kryptonian. Kryptonians speak at the age of 9 days after birth. Not like those human monkeys that take a year or 2 years to say goo goo, gaga, or mama or papa. It's just a movie, bro. Calm down. Calm down. It's not that real. Don't touch grass. Have you voted? Go outside and vote. Go and vote. Go and vote so we stop having these wars. Go and vote. Ranting for 5 hours. You haven't stopped alive, man. It's just a movie, bro. Calm down. You need some glass of water. You need grass. You need grass and to go and vote. I can't be bothered, man. Can't be bothered. I don't care. DC is it's like the. I don't even know where to be. How do you explain to me then? Because if Jor-El knew the planet was going to get destroyed eventually, and your intention was to conquer Earth, it only makes sense you would build a spaceship for you and your wife. And then, like, deuces, Krypton, go. And for the people who didn't believe you, like the original story when Jor-El was telling people, oh, stop it, Jor-El. You and your fear mongering. Oh, look, it's an asteroid. Look, it's Godzilla. Stop it, Jor-El. Krypton will last forever. Boom, you know? So he knew this a long time ago. You built a spaceship for yourself and your wife. You come to Earth. You and your wife can dominate that Earth. Simple. When my cousin said that, I was like, dude, what? Yes. If your desire is to conquer Earth, that means you must have had your eyes set on Earth for a long time. You must have been looking at Earth for a while. You know, the sun makes you strong. You know, there are simple people, simple species. Why would you send a small child on his own with robots who will teach him the message? To then say, fly around it. My mommy and daddy told me to sleep with all these beautiful harems. Come here, woman, I take you. Come here, woman, I take you. Come here, I like your body. Your bosoms are set. You will make good babies for Kryptonian. Oh, shit. In Man of Steel, the S was the family crest. Yeah, I know it's the family crest sigil. What I'm saying is that a fixed thing or just Man of Steel thing? And if so, then cool. It's neither here nor there, but I'm saying that was woven into the story and it was a neat thing. That was a subtle, small little thing. Fine. I didn't have a nitpick with that. That didn't affect the story on a grand scale. But certain things in this story affect the story on a grand scale. Sending your only child to hold on, mother calls. How do I mute this thing again? Mother? Ma'am? Okay. Yeah, okay. So, okay, they come. Okay, no problem. Yeah, I'm coming. All right. Uno momento. The rant continues. What is that noise? I've been hearing this beep all this time. The rant continues. I shall return momentarily. He said, it's just a movie, bro. I have returned. Shall the rant continue? I don't know if the rant must continue. I bet I've missed out many freaking what do you call it, messages again. All I know is that Zack Snyder's visual effect from 12 years ago can beat out some of today's movies. That's a good point, David. It's a very good point. It definitely can beat most movies out there today. Yeah, it's funny. My brother and I were actually talking about. I don't know if you guys have seen Immortals, and I was saying that I think that some of the fight scenes in the Immortals were inspired by not only Matrix but by Zack Snyder's 300 movie. But he was like, no, it wasn't. I don't think so. I was like, it had to have been, man. Had to have been inspired by it. I think I'll leave the rant here for now. But thank you all for joining. It's been good letting this shit off my chest. 18 played by Cavill. He wasn't. And I'm thankful for the intelligent comments that people were leaving behind on my previous video. It was good. It was good to see that because I was confused as to how many. I was just seeing a lot of negative, incompetent comments. Like, dude, what are you guys talking about? You can't just say, read the comics. If something was introduced into the comics and was stupid, you know, it doesn't. It doesn't. Something that didn't make sense in the comics and that the fans didn't like. If you're going to do a live action rendition of that, you have to change it. Otherwise, you're practically repeating the same flop or the same mistake that existed in the comics onto live action, and then you're adding more stupidity on said mistake, and then expect people to like it. No, siree, Bob. That's not how that works, man. That's not how that works at all. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense, man. But, you know, it is what it is. And at least for me personally, I'm not going to be trusting Zack Snyder. Well, you know, both of them. I don't trust Zack. If I see anything written and directed by, I'm not touching that. Same thing with James Gunn. Written and directed by, I'm not touching that. Same thing with his Galaxy and Guardians movie. I didn't know he even did Scooby-Doo. I don't know why, because I've Googled all the movies he's done, and I don't remember seeing Scooby-Doo on that list. So unless he wasn't credited for it or whatever, I don't know. But unless he worked on Scooby-Doo. But the only movie that I really enjoyed from James Gunn is the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. The second and third one was meh for me. In fact, the third one was just, I wanted it to be something different, and it wasn't that, and that's cool. So people will love it. Hey, it's cool. But me, the first one is almost like a full perfect package, beginning, middle, and end. Even the theme song when he had the Power Stone in his hand, all that stuff was just beautifully done. I was like, yeah, I'm looking forward to all the movies this guy's going to be in. I was so excited, and I was looking forward to seeing how they were going to each interact with the Avengers, with the already established superheroes we got to fall in love with. I was all over the place in my head. How would they react to the first Saw Thor? Or how would they react to the Saw Iron Man first? So when Infinity War came out, I was like, oh, this is a lot of our dreams come true, man. This is beautiful. Beautifully done. But when part 2 came out, I was like, I guess I needed part 3. Nah. Then when he did Suicide Squad, I said, okay. If I didn't get this guy from the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, now I get this guy after seeing Suicide Squad. Funny thing is, there are about 1 or 2 Suicide Squad full animated movies in Warner Brothers DC's catalog, and they are very, very, very good. Very good. Very, very. In fact, I was looking forward to more of those animated movies because you can do anything you want with a plethora of obscure characters in the animation. Fight scenes are different. You're not paying people for stunt work. You're not taking people to the gym and changing diets. You're not you're not taking this thing to test audience so they can re-edit it. And yeah, it's easy to edit because it's a cartoon, but it's a cartoon. So there's a lot of freedom, a lot of things you can do freely in the cartoon. You can do stunts, you can do action scenes, out of the ordinary, and it works. And you can be very wise about the particular characters you pair together in this iteration of Suicide Squad, And some who survive the previous mission or previous missions, they stay on board. The ones who die, you replace them with new, different characters. So we get to see the old characters that survived the different missions play off the new ones. And then maybe one of the OG characters die again. And then so it's a nice way of just rearranging the characters from time to time. Not every cartoon you kill. No, you keep some on. You do the the survey. You study the fans. You study the audience and see which ones they are liking. You keep them on because that helps you sell your t-shirts, your toys. If they do one-liners, that's merchandise. If they do catchphrases, that's merchandise already. And there's toys to be sold. You can even add those surviving characters into some DLC for Fortnite. The surviving Suicide Squad. That's another thing for Fortnite to just run for a little while. Then when you do a new rendition, maybe one of the team members dies and then you bring in a new team and they struggle with connecting. So in the cartoons, you can do the possibilities is endless with the cartoons. So when I heard they're doing the live action rendition, I was like, okay, so I wonder what iteration of the cartoon they're going to pull from, or the comics. And then it's a lot of, just over the top killing for the sake of killing. And I know my brother said he liked the camaraderie or rivalry between Deadshot and the other guy. And then Rick Flag just dies in a way where it doesn't make sense. Somebody clobbers the head of Amanda Waller. This is Amanda Waller, who you don't mess with easily. She got knocked in the head with a golf club. I'm surprised she didn't kill those people herself personally when she woke up. But, whatever. Amanda Waller used to be a force to be reckoned with in the DC cartoons. Every time she was on the screen, I'm like, this lady. Because she felt like a headache for me. Like, yo, man. And the way she spoke, she had a tone. Amanda spoke, you're like, yo, pay attention, bro. And that's somebody who you don't mess with, who just, when in your sleep, put a bomb in your neck. And if I say jump, you don't ask how high, boom, just because she can. You can almost say she's as bad as Lex. But she has a reason why. I need to keep these guys under control because they have powers and they're bad guys. They're not like the good guys where we can tell them what to do and they'll do. No, good guys are like, okay, but these are bad guys and they have superpowers. But for me to keep them under control, bomb in the neck. Just do what I tell you to do. And maybe you'll be out of prison. It's a twisted thing, but it works in a dark way that it does. You're bad guys. You've killed people before. You've got caught by Superman, Batman, Green Lantern. Now, because there are other things that I would like you to do that I know the Justice League won't want to do because under the radar, it's off-brand, it's not righteous, it's not cool. Cool. But if I can get you guys to do it, you guys have a life sentence in here. We can turn your room into a freaking dance house, a party. You don't even have to live like a dog. You'll be respected in this space. It's prison. But you're king here. But if you go against my command, I will blow your lid off. So you either die, rot in your cell for the life sentence you're serving, or we turn your cell into a palace, bomb in your neck, just in case. If you slip up, boom. But yes, it's a cell, but Belle Reve can become your X-Men mansion. Belle Reve can become your Xavier's school, where obscure, weird-looking creatures who aren't necessarily bad, but happen to do one or two things, got stuck in here. You don't have a life sentence here, but you're here. I could put you to good use for the greater good, And even if you die, hey, you died doing something good. And those of you who survive, then you get to run other missions. You're not in a cell anymore. It's not dirty and it's clean. You've not converted this space to say, hey, this is now my squad. It's better than dying in a cell. Yeah, you make friends and whatever, but you're under control, lights out. You guys can party. You can play PlayStation 5, PS6, PS7, Kryptonian PS5, Kryptonian PS6, whatever. You can do whatever you want under my command as Amanda Waller. It's like a weird win-win. Weird. So that's why I didn't really like his rendition of Suicide Squad. Some parts are like, yeah, whatever. But because I've already seen previous animations of Suicide Squad, I'm like, nah, this is not for me. I'm not the right target audience. But DC is such a weird combination of people in the company that certain things just go under the radar. One or two things get away, and then whatever. They keep saying money. We want to be like Marvel. And even Marvel failed sometimes, but at least they took their time to do singular movies first. They built it up bit by bit. Why you haven't learned from that is funny. Marvel doesn't even have animated archive they can pull from. You do. You have a whole animated archive you can pull from as a visual reference. Marvel has 1 or 2 cartoons, but their main thing is the comics. You have a visual library and comics. So you're 2 for 1 with that against Marvel already. Even if Marvel has a plethora of comics, they don't have standout visuals. The Hulk versus Wolverine, maybe. The Deadpool thing, maybe. And then prior to that, X-Men cartoons, yeah, but that's then. If you were to versus Marvel versus DC animated feature-length movies and long-running multiple cartoons or cartoons with multiple characters, just recently, Marvel did What If season 1, 2, 3. Just recently. Before that, Marvel was not dominating in the animated universe at all. DC was. DC was king, queen, god, and goddess. Constant turnout of even Dark Justice League. They had more. They threw in a combination of Batman and what's that magician guy? I forgot his name. Batman and Constantine. So no. I'm not here to be a fan of James Gunn whatsoever. If only David Ayer was able to finish his version of Suicide Squad. Yeah, probably. Immortals was inspired by Zack Snyder because the director of that movie tries to say went to college with Zack. Okay, cool. I was thinking just some elements of the Matrix in there because to date, for me, that's a beautiful, because we're talking about Odyssey. We're talking about Christopher Nolan. I was like, yeah, I'm not really excited to see Odyssey. I've not seen anything substantial enough. I want to see a trailer. I want to see what the guys look like. And if you're tackling Greek mythology, because of how I've seen Nolan so far in the past and how he treated Batman. I love Batman, by the way. Batman trilogy with Christian Bale. I love it. But I would have also loved if he included the obscure villains from the Rogues Gallery of Batman. Killer Croc, for example. Dr. Freeze, for example. He had a very compelling story. Bane, for example. But he chose to keep it grounded. And that's cool. I'm not saying it's wrong. So what I'm saying, from those those decisions, I'm seeing him as, no, I'm not trying to do over-the-top supernatural, extraterrestrial, abracadabra, avalacadabra. He likes to ground things and give it that realistic realism touch, which is awesome. That's gravy. So after I've learned that from him, I don't treat him like this god director. No. When he did Inception, I'm like, yo, I like that. Tenet, I struggle because I don't know what the hell entropy is. But again, just like Matrix, I'll watch it again because I'm watching it for me, to get it for me, not for you or anyone else. Then he did Tenet, what's the other one? Interstellar. I was like, ooh, I love sci-fi, I love space. Fourth dimension, hey, this is good. Then I asked myself the next question. Out of these 3 movies that are cool so far, Inception, Tenet, and Interstellar, which one of these can you watch from beginning to end again and enjoy the experience? First thing, Inception. Because already I was like, well, I might have to pause Interstellar. I can't even let myself get distracted by a phone call or text message or WhatsApp. With Inception, maybe, but I'll take it back. Whereas I got to be locked in for Interstellar and Tenet. That doesn't mean it's a bad movie. For my movie-going experience, I have to be like, yo, no distractions. So when I heard Odyssey was being done, I was like, Greek mythology and Nolan, yeah, there's not going to be any Cyclops, any supernatural, jumping in the air, slow-mo Matrix, nah. or warrior that can take arrows to the chest because his weakness is his Achilles. No. There's not going to be any centaur, any gods. That we talk about gods, but showing their superpowers. No, I don't think he's someone that does superpower stuff. Maybe in the past he has, but I've not seen a full trailer. But because of his past work, I see Nolan as someone who doesn't necessarily touch magic, supernatural, eerie stuff, superpower stuff. He just keeps things grounded, realistic as possible. I'm like, and that's cool. But I don't have the excitement for Odyssey until I see a comprehensive trailer that features some level of supernatural stuff. Sisters of Fate, for example. The Centaur, for example. Chimera, for example. So if you show me Pegasus, you show me a flying horse with wings, okay, then I'm like, so he's not trying to ground or overly ground this thing. If you show me the Kraken, for example, yeah, I'm like, okay, cool, we're going for spectacle now. So I'm ready for that. But if you're not doing that, no. And just because it's Christopher Nolan doesn't mean I have to see every movie he's made. No. I like the movies you made, and I'll stick with that. But if you're making new stuff and you're choosing genre that has elements of magic in it based on what we've seen before, this is your take on the Odysseus and whatnot, cool. But in said story of Odysseus, if there are elements of magic and witches and wizards and sisters, whatever myth and mythos from Greek mythology, if it already exists in the story you're pulling from, but you're doing your own twist on it and it negates the magic, I don't want to. It's not for me. I still like the Clash of the Titans movie to this date. Wrath of the Titans, not so much. I don't mind it, but I prefer the first one. So if it's not going to have some elements of some level of magic, tangible, spectacle magic, no, I bow out from that one. So I was then saying to my brother, we're talking about what movie comes to mind that depicted Greek mythology in a spectacular way. And Immortals came to mind when the gods are fighting the Titans. Beautifully done. So that's one thing I'm like, yeah. As much as I love Nolan, that's the one area I'm like, yeah, I dip out on that one. Anyway, peeps, I've talked for long enough. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your patience. I appreciate your attention. And I'm glad to have come across people who didn't like the movie the same way I didn't like it, but not just didn't like it because, but even made points that even I didn't, think about, even though I've seen it twice. And the way some of y'all came in, they said, yeah, if you got X-ray vision, you couldn't scan who's in the, oh my God. That makes that whole part of the movie look real stupid, because this is somebody who's supposed to be like, well, he's Superman, and when he's in Clark Kent mode, he's like, yeah, I did an interview with Superman. You would think that to make his storytelling easier as a reporter, he would use his X-ray vision as much as he can, whenever he can, wherever he can, just to get the story across comprehensively, clean, without, doctrine or altering anything to make it sound like. And I really appreciated that comment when someone said, yo, how come he didn't use his X-ray vision to scan when he was fighting Ultraman in the Hammer of Bravier outfit, and when Ultraman was in the tunnel with the black hole, whatever. I was like, holy, how could I have missed that? But I love the fact that other people were seeing the flaws and they point out other aspects of the flaws, showing how extensively these flaws affected us as viewers. So we're not all just parroting each other, saying the same thing like we're robots and machines. We're all seeing different aspects of the same problem. So much so a complete stranger I don't know said, yo, homeboy has an X-ray vision. He didn't once use it with this dude. Come on, man. So I don't want to spend too much time on I know my brother wants to come back and talk about this thing tomorrow. I don't even know if I'll have the same energy, but because he's the one who saw it fresh most recently, I'll just probably be the back-end vocal. I'll be the guy in the back seat. But first, hold on, sir, that's not accurate. Yeah, just be the guy who just, he probably point out things that I didn't see as well. But yeah, we love movies. We love intelligent movies. We love intelligent storytelling, great storytelling, epic storytelling, competent storytelling, things that make you go, make you pause. Like I said about The Matrix earlier on. This is a great story. I got to go see this again. I must have missed something because everybody's like, yo, they did this and did that, and I never knew what meta was. Fourth wall breaking, and this is an allegory for this. I'm like, what? I just watch movies then to enjoy it. But the more you go, the more you grow, as you get older and wiser, your taste develops in movies. And as your taste develops, your psychology expands. You start to ask questions. And I don't treat movies as a thing I just go and see because I'm bored, or I just want to, or I don't, I want to be entertained. It's a plethora of things. And I want to do a separate video for that because I touched on it earlier on in this 5-hour live. Movies are storytelling. Sometimes talking to a person, you might not get to that person's core of understanding or the emotional home base for whatever reason. Maybe they had a very traumatic childhood and they're stunted somewhere. But you give them a cartoon, you give them a movie. Storytelling is the base code of all these things. And then when they watch it, that place that they had locked up, and they don't know why. Something happens to one of the characters and then they cry. They're like, wait, what? One of the famous guys, you guys probably know, Koi. I can't remember his full name, but he's with the Real Rejects. Koi. I don't want to butcher his surname. There was something he mentioned about when he watched a scene in this Superman movie. He cried, and it's something, I'm paraphrasing. It's along the lines where he said it happened and he didn't know it was happening until he realized, like, oh, my eyes are wet. So sometimes that's how powerful some of these stories are. And even the directors, storytellers, all the people that can come together to tell this epic experience, they've all gone through something. And if I can talk to you without getting your number and your address and your location, and I can converse with you, and you and I get something. I'm brown, and your pigment is lighter than mine. You're Caucasian, I'm a brown-skinned person. We remove this construct that was put upon us by an outside source that looks more like you than me, but cool. But you get it. You're aware of it. You don't know how to navigate it. You're like, hey, those dudes that did whatever they did, I didn't do it. And it sucks that I'm the descendant of some of those people, and I'm benefiting from that wickedness in this environment. But if you and I can see eye to eye, we can have a glass of water, and I won't be like, oh, that brown dude drank that water. Can I get a different glass of water? We can relate through something that someone else created. But when he or she created it, they wanted to communicate. I don't know how to talk to these guys. I'll write a story. I'll draw a comic. I'll do this thing. And then you and I live in different parts of the world. I'm in Nigeria reading this thing called Green Lantern. Green Lantern. A lantern that's green. I guess. I read the story. I'm like, oh my God, dude. You're all the way in US. You read the story, cool. Different time zones. And then we both connect with this strange character this person just thought of his head. Maybe when they were in the army, one of his friends was John Stewart. And whatever inspiration came and he thought, oh, I'd like to make a character called John Stewart and Green Lantern, whatever. And then you and I can connect with that as two strangers. Nah. So it's not just a movie, buddy. Just read the comics. It's something else. It's like we're constantly reaching out to connect with each other. Not as if every time we connect, we disconnect. We connect, we disconnect. We're constantly reaching out, constantly. Hey, I see you. Hey, this contract that's called race. We are. You are. I am. I am. You are. We are. Yeah. Yeah. Want to get a glass of water? Sure. A glass of coffee. Get some coffee. Yeah. Some drinks. Yeah. What do you drink? Oh, I don't like milk. I'm lactose. I wouldn't say, oh, you don't like milk? What a creep. Get him out of here. You're different. I'm different. Are we both enjoying what we're intaking? Yes. What the fuck? What the fuck? Movies are a variant level of storytelling and communicating. And as long as the message is there, majority of these things is some form of communicating of messages, almost reminding each other, hey, yeah. Then there's the entertainment factor. RoboCop, message is there, entertainment, cool. You can splice in a great message in your form of total entertainment. Go in there, popcorn, Don't overthink it. Say less. Even after the message, don't overthink it. I can leave it to them and say, they said not to overthink it, but that was a dope message. The way I took it, the way it resonated with me. It states in the poster, popcorn, don't overthink it. That's the catchphrase. That's the tagline for the movie. Don't overthink it. But I saw it and I was, that shit touched me differently. Shout out to the director. All of a sudden, this pent-up thing I've got inside me, or this relaxing thing, I'm like, you know what? I would like to write my own stories. Inspiration. So the small-minded people, I will say it again, I have no qualms with that. Because I can sit down and observe a group of people and say, whatever you're doing is disharmonious as a small group of people with a particular pigment compared to everyone else. You suck for that shit. So small-minded people will say, you haven't read the comics. You don't know what you're saying. I don't have time for that. I love to sit down and people say, well, how that shit make you feel? Yo, boy, I cried. You cried in the Matrix? Hell yeah. What angels and spirits and aliens do you see coming out and say you cried in the Matrix? Off of his head. Who are we to tell who and who shouldn't cry in anything? What kind of law, what kind of thing is that? Did it touch you? Yeah. I mean, not like that, but if you're touched here, what? Come on, son. You and I would be busting nuts like, oh, did you see the fight scene? Yeah, the scene. Yeah, we'll do it. I was like, we're connecting. Total strangers. I've never seen you before. I could be like, I don't like the way he look. He talk too much, but that's a good message. And that I can question myself. So I didn't, if I didn't take time to listen to his message, I just said, I don't like the way he looks. What does that say about me? Self-growth, self-development, because you're here to be better. You're here to be better. As minute as possible, just a little bit. I was a douchebag 10 years ago. One day, it just changed. I'm better. I got to apologize to everybody else and do better. So the energy I left behind that was bad, let me cascade it into a positive energy and impact other people and be at peace with self and others. Why not? So I treat movies differently. That's why I do what I do on here. I don't just talk about movies because it's fun and entertaining. Woo, I paid this money in popcorn. Yay. Something else in it for me. It's under. And I'm very mindful about certain movies you talk about as a brown, because I'm not going to hide. I'm not going to hide this. I am this. I'm beyond this, but I am this also. Otherwise, I would have been something else. So what's in here and in here, the thing that you call soul is an intangible thing, is beyond this, but it sits within this vessel for a reason, and I must honor it. So I won't let anyone belittle this because you didn't create this. You think you did, but you didn't. So outside of any religious text and all, I'm this, but beyond this also. You can be both simultaneously, and on top of that, the thing that supersedes this thing goes beyond this. But it chose this for a reason, so I honor that. So I can sit and we can share in different language. How do you pronounce that word in French? Cool. How do you say it in Japanese? Cool. How do you say it in Chinese? Cool. Not that language sucks. You're stupid. You're dumb. No. We are one of the same, different texture, different pigment, different taste. If we're each a people of trees, I'm an apple tree. I produce apple fruits. You're a cashew tree, you produce cashew. We do not have any right over one another. Our purpose is to produce fruit. Produce it well. Not for me to say I'm an apple tree, but I don't like the way that cashew tree looks. I've never seen nature, a tree, and look at another tree. I don't like the way that tree is producing its fruits. I cut you in half. So on this channel, on this page, or whatever you want to call it, I treat these things differently. And it shows that this thing has power because it's coming from somewhere. Before television, before movies, was campfire, bedtime stories, wherever you were, even it's daytime underneath the shade of a tree stories. We're all communicating with each other, passing on information. And sometimes it's important to remind each other, hey, we're not what we're told we are just because we're told we are. And if you're told you something and your soul goes against it, then there's something off somewhere. oh, it's human nature to do this. It's human nature to be bad. No, that's what you say, motherfucker, but don't mean it is. You say it. Whatever broke in your upbringing, that's your problem. You better go fix that shit. We can fix it together, but stop running around telling the world it's all. No. That's your nature. We and you are two different things. We're different, but we're similar. But when you're parading a message over and over again, nah, cut that shit out. So I appreciate storytelling in the art form of cartoons, movies, music itself can trigger certain emotions for 4 minutes. 4 minutes. I can be pissed off and you play me a song, woosah. I can be chilled and you play me a song, I'm crying. There's a level of power there, not power to control, but power to heal, power to release, power to free, power to inspire, to transform. I could be here for ages, man. I'm gonna leave it there. I done missed more comments again. Damn. 377 million. What do you think? Does it reach 700 million? What you mean? Wait, hold on a minute. Marcos, is that how much it made so far? The movie? You can make all the money it wants. It's still a dumbass movie. But anyway, peace. Let me leave it there, man, so I can get some energy to record another video. I should be on tomorrow. My brother will be on. He's definitely got some words. And as you could tell when we started the live, he and I are very two different people. As much as similar as we are, and as similar as we can be, he's very different. He would view things differently than I would, obviously. So he's going to give you his 2 cents tomorrow. I might play backing vocal, backseat driver. Because I'm saving my notes, and I've taken some picture screens of the comment section earlier on. Some of you guys made some really good comments, really good comments, and I want to add those comments to the videos when I make them, just to give a shout out, at least to say I'm not the only one who saw other flaws. The X-ray thing, I can't believe I missed that one. Other people also said Lex Luthor had Metamorpho captive and couldn't use him to create, kryptonite charged suits to fight against Superman. If he wanted to defeat Superman, that whole squad he had, the Planet Watch team, he could have had all their suits lined up with kryptonite and they would have beat Superman to a pulp. Easy. And that would have saved him the whole time of making a clone and going into the Fortress of Solitude. So those are I'm going to touch on certain aspects for the next videos or two. So it'll be the so those like really like how you make a character look stupid, basically, like just those particular points. You say Lex is a particular intelligence, yet he didn't do this, so already makes a character look stupid, despite how many things he accomplished. He's just flawed to me. I know for me, it feels like he's being played as a character who can just do anything because he's intelligent, but he's one of the dumbest, smartest people in the film. Like Will Smith said in iRobot, one of the dumbest, smartest person or people in the movie. You created a black hole or a pocket universe. You made nanotechnology. You cloned one of the most powerful metahumans on Earth. And then you've trapped a lot of metahumans and non-metahumans in this pocket dimension. But yet, your very one tool you could use to defeat Superman, Metamorpho, is in one of your cages, and you went this whole elaborate route of cloning Superman. So it's I can't wait to talk about that. It's just too much. It's when I think about it, I'm like, yeah, I'm getting a headache. And people want to defend that. You're not. But then people say, well, he's Lex, he can do anything. That's where I'm like, yeah, that's the dummy in you. It's to turning the brain off. No, I don't agree. I see the truth, but no, because it's Lex. Lex has always been like that in the comics. Whatever. He does whatever he wants and doesn't care what happens. Then he's worse than the people who sent this dude to take over Earth. At least he didn't say, Kal-El, when you go to Earth, make sure you create a black hole. I mean, create a pocket universe that's going to eventually create a black hole if you keep opening the gates and closing the gates. He just said, go to Earth, dominate them, and have a harem. And kill anyone who gets in your way. And yeah, it's not as bad as I'm going to kidnap this creature called a kaiju that's small like Lilo and Stitch or Stitch, whatever. And then when he grows big, he's going to be a giant who's going to crush certain things. That's worse than somebody who sent you from point A to B. You're lucky they didn't even come to Earth. If they came to Earth, you wouldn't even have the time. In fact, if they came to Earth, he'd be more occupied on how to create a solution to defeat 3 Kryptonians, mommy, daddy, and son. So he's lucky only Clark, minus Kara Zor-El. He's lucky only Clark made it to Earth. Otherwise, he would have his hands full. He would have his hands full with 3 Kryptonians. You don't like Clark Kent? And you haven't even given us a full comprehensive reason? You would hate your existence if you had to deal with daddy and mama Jor-El. Oh, Mama L, Mommy Maya, Jor-El, oh, House of L. If you have to deal with 3 of them, I'm sorry, dude. So these are things that, it's in the comics. No, that doesn't mean anything. Intelligence should rule all. No matter how small the storyline is, no matter how small it's a mention in the comics. No. So I want to talk about Jor-El and Krypton and the Kryptonian robots and the language all in one package. It has to make sense. All has to make sense. And I'm going to draw from these comments that you guys left before and add to that video. Then we're going to talk about the kaiju thing. Everything has to make sense. And last but not least, the message itself that states the human beings are simple people, because they were praising Kal-El when he was fighting the kaiju. Even the little girl, when he came out the floor like Bugs Bunny, she went, yay. Then when the message came out, the mother of the girl pulled the girl quick. Even the girl was smiling before. When she saw Superman, she was like, oh, they sent you to take over us? And she's looking at him with a sad face. Then they showed the scene where the guy took off his lapel. I don't like Superman anymore. So you were called simpletons, and you acted exactly as Jor-El predicted. There's something to be said about that. So who is wrong? Jor-El for calling human beings simpletons, or the simpletons in Metropolis that acted exactly as Jor-El? Did Jor-El call it out, or was he wrong for calling people simpletons who acted like simpletons? Have a few people say that ain't right. That's impossible. And even if so, how long have you been on Earth, Superman? Well, 3 to 4, 5 years? I've not seen him do anything wrong. And he's this one person flying to different parts of the world trying to help. That doesn't look like someone who wants to have secret harem and take over the planet. I'd be confused. And you ask Superman, is that what you really came here to do? Of course not. But how can he prove to you that that's not the case with his words outside of his actions? And he tells you himself, I don't even know the second part of the message. It's been broken. This guy just did whatever they did and found the truth. Weirdly enough. Like someone else said in the comment section, how the hell did alien tech get decoded by human technology? How? And then you all have seen this man do his best, or this alien do his best to protect all of you. And then one message comes out from someone, all of a sudden you're like, huh? No, you should question that. Like, okay, even though he was sent with that message, he just said he didn't know the second half of the message. And now that he does, he still hasn't followed the second half of the message. So that's pointless. You releasing that message now, okay. I mean, we can say, oh, his mom and dad suck. But what did he say? Krypton is dead? Then we have no problem here. I mean, it's shocking that you were sent here to take over. It's almost like, oh, it's a good thing you never got to read that message. It was, as soon as you started to learn how to talk. It's a good thing your mommy and daddy brought you up first before they taught you your Kryptonian. In fact, they can't even teach him Kryptonian language. They would have to give him the text. This is why I'm saying I want to do an extensive video. Who taught him how to read or learn Kryptonian? Or who taught him how to build? If you build those robots, what technology is translating the Kryptonian language into English? Is it Kryptonian robots translating Kryptonian into English because they know how to do it? Or is it robots made by Superman even though he's Kryptonian, he's been on Earth before. He's just putting robots together like toys. My brother believes that he was sent here to Earth with the robots, but the movie doesn't state this. So now we're having to fill in the blanks. That is not good storytelling. And I'm gonna have to watch all the other different Superman iterations that I liked and see how the Fortress of Solitude was created. And this guy keeps saying they pulled from Legacy of Superman or something, whatever it's called, Legacy of Superman, All-Star Superman. And I didn't like that one. That's the one where he had the art style for his face. And there's so many other great stories of Superman. There's the one where there were these superheroes that decided to do, they were like, Superman is too kind. When he fights bad guys, he holds back, and he's always putting people in prison. So they show up, and there was something bad happening. And they ended the villain. And I think Superman was struggling. Whatever. I can't remember the name of the story. I have to Google it. So Superman shows up and like, "Yo, appreciate the help, but I can't sense his heartbeat," for example. So they're like, "Yeah, we put him out. Thanks for the backup, but didn't need it. And secondly, we don't kill." Okay, cool, but that looks like a Sunday special to me. That means that guy's been out here from Belle Reve or whatever. You lock him up, 2 weeks is out. And each time he's out, he's killed someone, he's hurt someone, people are in hospital because you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. These people are superpowered, so are you. They can't stop him, you can. So it makes sense that you're the be-all and end-all against these supervillains. But if you keep putting them in prison, each time they break out, they're going to hurt another guard who's going to be in ICU for a while, who's going to miss his children's birth or his twin children's birth because his wife is in the hospital. He's in a coma. Each time these villains that you put away break out, they do more damage each time. We're just here to put a stop to that. So now there were 50 bad guys in prison. Now there's 49. So whoever breaks out again, 48, 47, 40, there'll be less douchebags in the environment so human beings can enjoy their lives. You're a dope hero. But with you around, that number might grow because someone does an experiment on himself and becomes a new villain. The number grows in Belle Reve. And then you put him in a coma, slap him and they're falling asleep and they're back out again tomorrow. So it's like, yo, bruh, Superman, we like you, but we're here to do the job and get it done. So that story, they could have taken that from that and made a movie. But no, they chose this dumbass, stupid rendition and expected everyone to like it. There's a plethora of other stories of Superman. So the All-Star one, I'm going to watch it again, and I want to see how they touch on what the Superman robots are, who built them, what material was used, or did he come into this Earth with robots? And if it's one robot, that means the programming of how to produce other robots is inside that robot. I can let that slide. And then if that's the case, which is the first language Superman learned? These are the things people don't, you're just watching the movie, you're not asking questions. It's like, which one came first, the egg or the chicken? Who built the robots? And if Superman built robots, where did the schematics come from? Did he draw the schematics himself? He drew the joints. Superman is so we're saying this Superman is smart with engineering skills as well. If so, then cool, because he's super fast. He can read a book and go, okay, cool, yada, 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 sprockets and bolts and put together. That's cool. But what is the robot built off of? Kryptonian programming or Superman's custom code programming or custom Earth programming? Meaning, on Krypton also, are there robots similar to the robots in Fortress of Solitude? Only difference is Superman calls them Superman robots. So every servant robot in Krypton, every service robot in Krypton, every engineering robot in Krypton, do they all have that same aesthetics as the Superman robots, only different color without the S on the chest? They all look the same. They all sound the same. There's no female, male voice. There's a particular tone to them, yes. And they all do serve you alcohol, or they all do different service jobs. That's one thing I love about Zack Snyder. We got to see Krypton. People would argue, oh, this is just the first Superman. Wait for the second movie. At least with Zack Snyder, in his first Superman movie, we got to see something of Krypton. At least. And we got to see how pissed Jor-El was. I done told you bitches this planet's gonna die. Yeah, then listen, you know what? Screw y'all. I got a child. Finally, it's a long time, normally we make babies through the machines, but we did our baby making process the OG way. We'll send them to that planet, and he's taking hope and yada 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 with him to that new planet. At least we got to see what happened to Krypton, so we can feel it. God damn, imagine, what does it feel like to be Jor-El? I want to make a video separately for that. What does it feel like? What does it feel like to be on a planet that's about to go off anytime? And you got to defend your son in a spaceship from war leader, Army General Zod. You had what? Dude, there's a level in your mind like, I ain't even got time for none of you mothers, man. Sweetheart, hit the button and send him, because I'm not, because I do not. That's why I need energy to make the next video. You're about to receive death on a scale you cannot return from. You cannot. But you're just about to fashion a spaceship for your son. You will never be there physically to hold him and touch him. But you've done enough recording with you on there, so you're hoping, yo, bro, that's one of the biggest gambles in the planets, in the cosmos. I just hope that wherever he lands, they're not going to treat him wrong, man. Plus the message in there as well. I don't know how people can't fathom that, but they're satisfied with a story that's been twisted and said, yeah. It's like James Gunn is not competent enough to tackle what it feels like to send your only son that you never get to hold. So instead of tackling that, I know what I'll do. I'll do the reverse and say, we sent him to conquer that planet. So you know my style already. I give you the visual and we break it down. So not just talking, we do side by side. We talk about it. I'll do my best to pull up the scenes from this current movie and Superman All-Star. So I got a weekend of fun. I'm gonna watch that movie again. And I know that wasn't my best enjoyed Superman cartoon. I know for sure Doomsday was the death of Superman for sure. Justice League War, that was a good animation. The Justice War or Justice Society, the one with Wonder Woman, Jay Garrick, The Flash. I can't remember the other characters. That was good. That was the one where Aquaman, I think he was the villain, or he was being controlled by a metahuman. That was a very, very good cartoon. That one, I saw that before the Flash movie came out. I was like, yo, this animation is one of the best versions of Flash I've seen. Then this Flashpoint animated movie, that was also beautiful. The Justice League War was good. Yeah, that was good. And there was the Hal Jordan movie, animated, of course. Yeah, so there's been a really awesome renditions of the Justice League characters in the animated world. But yeah. David said we are thinking too much. Remember, we have to run our brains. We have to turn our brains off when watching this movie. You too much, David. Cut it out. You're doing the most now, David. Stop it, son. Stop it. You're right. You're right, David. That's like someone telling you, did you watch the movie with two eyes, David? God damn it, David. You're supposed to watch the Superman movie with one eye closed. It's like you're making up weird rules, man. What are we doing? Typical David. You're supposed to watch the movie. Anybody who's watching the Superman movie made by James Gunn, you're supposed to watch it with your one eye closed, with the left one opened. You probably closed the left eye and opened the right eye. That's why you didn't like it. Next time, go and watch it again. Pay money to watch it again and close your right eye and have the left one open, not the other way around, douchebag. Golly. Tell him, David. He said close your eyes. Come on, son. You and I, two different people, went to watch the same movie, and we're both feeling the same way. So my question is, so me and this stranger, David, were stupid, right? Then we're being told by another stranger, David, you didn't watch the movie right. How do you make that? That's like you and I. There's a restaurant that's launched globally, and they've launched, their first stage of launch is juices, natural juices, not preserved, natural. They watch them prepare the juices, and it's one list of ingredients, No change. The only difference is it'll taste different for you and I, because how ginger grows in America is different from UK and Nigeria and so on and so forth. It's still ginger, but the tanginess or the spiciness may differ, you know? Or let's spice it up. What if they collected ginger from different parts of the world, and then they asked you what mildness of ginger, like when you go to restaurants and you want some hot wings or ribs, they ask you what level of spice do you want, the heat, the sauce. You want it spicy, medium, hot, extra hot? So they say, this is the ginger from Japan. It kicks. Ginger from Ghana. It kicks. Ginger from London. It's cool. Ginger from America. You're not going to go to work tomorrow. You know, so then they give you options. But it's the menu is still apple, ginger, pineapple, and a hint of lime in the juice. You and I drink it, and they've done something they added something they don't tell us. Then you and I, who are two different people on the same planet, drink, we're like, I can taste the apple and the particular choice of ginger you and I separately chose, because you wouldn't choose the same. You wouldn't choose the same ginger I choose because of our taste buds. Then we both give a review, and the agreement we've had with this company that's opened worldwide ask us to record reviews on our YouTube or whatever social media platforms. Even if you have an account or don't, upload a video somewhere, or have a friend who you know is social media savvy, you record a video and ask him or her to put it on their channel. And, you know, use the code. You have a code, and I went to said restaurant, this is my code, so they know it's you when they see it on the other person's account. Then we then give our review and say something is off. We don't know what they added into it. They gave us the menu, they gave us the ingredients, but something is different. And you and I can sense something is different, but they don't want us to sense the difference behind it. We're like, no, you gave us 5 things on this list. There's bound to be 2 more things you didn't make obvious on the list, and we can taste it. So I'm recording this video feeling like I'm alone, and other people are like, oh, you didn't drink it properly. Then I make a live like I'm doing now, and then you jump on and you're like, yeah, I thought I was the only one there. I could taste 2 off there. Like, yo, we tasted 2. And then another person, do you drink it with a straw? Yes, that's why you're stupid, David. This Kosmic guy, this black guy's. Well, you don't drink this new thing. You're supposed to drink it from the cup. Okay, what cup should we drink it? What cup did you drink it with? It was glass. Oh, you stummies. You're supposed to drink it from a what I want to say. It's a coconut. You got to drink from a coconut shell. Okay, we go again. Well, okay, yo, give me the same menu. We drink it again, exactly how we're told to do it. Still tastes like ass. Then the dude comes back and goes, so how do you drink it this time? From the straw? No straw. From glass cup? No, coconut. It still tastes the same. In fact, a little worse. You're just haters. You don't want this company to grow. I said, I'm supposed to be going, and I'm still here talking. It's just, that's how frustrated I am. I asked myself earlier when I first watched a movie, if you watch this thing for free and someone took you out on a date, for example, and she paid for your tickets and popcorn, would you be this pissed? I'm like, hell yeah. The 3 main important factors of seeing a movie on release: money, time, and attention. I didn't pay for one. So one has been ticked off because it was paid for me. My time and attention are still 2 very valuable things. And one of those 3 things supersedes anything else. Because someone could pay for your ticket. Someone could say, don't worry, I'm going to give you a heads up so you have free time. We're going to see this movie on Saturday. Today's Monday. You're already prepped. You booked that time. You saved time off. Even if anything, the universe will so happen in a way where you have free time that weekend. So outside of the money and time, your attention is the most valuable. The most. Because after you've paid for a movie and you give it time, if it sucks, some of us, we are known to leave the cinema immediately because we are being fucked with here. And it's very annoying. We're like, this movie is so trash. We outie, deuces. We get up and go. I can't believe it's leaving the movie. It's only 15 minutes in, 25 minutes, 30 minutes in, because your soul knows this is BS. And you're already heated. You don't want to sit long in that chair long enough to get extra pissed off. So you leave. Bro, I've seen people leave. David, I've seen people leave the movie wishing I could leave like them, but because I paid for it and it's my time, I got to now give it this attention reluctantly. That is the final call. I do not like my attention being swindled anyway, anyhow. So I'm mindful of what I watch. Oh, this show is so good, you guys should watch it. I'm not here for the bandwagon nonsense. It took me a long time to watch Severance, for example. It took me a long time to watch Severance. I binged that thing. I thought, oh, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. I didn't want to join no bandwagon. Oh, watch the show because everyone's watching it. No, bro. Ask questions. Is it smart? Do characters make smart decisions? If there's an argument between a couple, how long does that argument last? Two episodes, 3 episodes? I don't have time for this. No, please. I want this thing to grow. Challenge it and expand it. If the show can do that, I'll do it myself. Not relying on a movie or TV show to challenge my mind. But when I see a thing, I want to be challenged. I'm like, yo, what if I was in his shoes or her shoes? You watch the movie with one eye open. It's gotta be the left one. Silly goose. God damn. Something is telling me something is off with this movie. You're just a hater. You give them different explanations, different renditions, different ideas. Oh, hater. I bet you like James. I mean, Zack Snyder, don't you? Yeah, you're stupid. Yeah, I'm not here to defend the directors. But like I said, when I did my review, this movie made Superman, Man of Steel look better. And that's not a good thing. If you're trying to erase the previous version of that movie, like, yo, that was then, this is now, moving forward. No, some people are like, yo, whatever this shit is, I'm gonna go back and watch whatever. Yo, hit play on that shit. What? That's weird. That's weird. Me and David be like, yo, you go to that launch of that restaurant? Yeah. Did you taste? Yeah, you tasted so off. Give me a recommendation of a restaurant that does juices good. Then I give you a recommend. Then we like, yo, we go in there, have our juices. Yo, shout out to these guys. They do juices properly. They give you the exact recipe with no extra hidden added bonus. Because we went to the same place twice and we tasted the same thing twice. Something's off twice. We paid twice. And you're telling me I should have drank it from a coconut shell and not a glass bottle, you whore. Use a straw, what a wimp. Drink it with your lips, whore. We did the exact same thing you random said to do, and it still tasted like ass. We go back to the OG, and that tastes real good. You want me to come back to this restaurant again for any new launch? No. Then you have the balls to introduce Kara, and she's drunk. What does that mean? That's such a bookend to your movie. Oh, wait for the post-credit scene. No, this one is more important because you bring her into the fray. And then just like things that happen in the Avengers, okay, why? Because she wasn't around while all this shit was going on. Well, she was drunk. She was drunk. I have a cousin who's like me. I'm more likely to ask her, what was Krypton like that you remember? Even if you're 7 years older than me and because of some space anomaly, I ended up on Earth before you, Kara, you would have some recollection of Krypton more than I would. You'd be my best buddy. Not these robots and this information you got to play on loop every day. Please, let's also, I got a list of things. I still don't even understand how psychologically for me, I was trying to figure out, because I was linking it to my grandma. My grandma and my grandpa passed recently. And I was linking it to that, saying, if I was going through a very challenging moment and I had a recording of my grandpa on a machine and I kept him playing it over and over again, because that's the last thing I have of him. What does that say about the psyche of this Superman being? I just got my ass whooped by this clone that I don't know is a clone. I could have easily figured out it was a clone by X-ray. That's what the comment is saying, but whatever. I'm bleeding. I can't even walk. No, I flew and I was so tired, my body just crashed on the snow. My dog comes, he pounces on me. Take me home, Krypton. I'm about to die, bitch. Go, stop him. You jumping. Bro, I done told you when I'm like this. You can tell by the vocal cords I'm not playing. It's not a game. Take me home. You should have been trained to know. Even the dog should have been like, yo, he not jumping like he normally used to. What's going on? You all right? Like, home. Say less. Let's go. But instead it's to jump in and, I'm like, oh, what am I watching, man? You're even making it more. No, but you know, James, like it's like it's my rescue dog. You know, when I rescued it, it was like, you know, it bit my computer, whatever. He goes, and each time he's healing, it's a mantra, and he's sitting down listening to his parents. I at first was like, oh, that's cool, because how many people would love to have, you know, this thing of someone that they really love on loop, like you're talking to them, but you're not talking to them. Then I was like, I think there's something off with that. Something is, I don't know. I don't like that. Superman never needed to play Jor-El's message every time. You know, there are great people if you show them the way. No, it was one time for Henry Cavill's Man of Steel. One time, he got it one time. I'm like, but you're Superman. Your brain works differently than human beings. You don't forget easily. Unless you got pummeled so hard by the Ultraman and you forgot. So you got to play it. And then when Ultraman and Lex and the engineer broke into the thing, they already had the message on. I was like, so this is a ritual? It's a thing he does every time he has his ass handed to him? He goes home, sits in the chair, ultra sunbeam, and then playing the parents' message in the background whilst his shenanigans is going on. Let's do an Elseworld. What if the Justice Gang wasn't in this Earth? It was just him. Just like the Fantastic Four is the only superheroes on that story. It was just him and has to cover the Earth as much as he can. So whilst he's back on the ice in Fortress of Solitude, whoever he left is now causing damage. So many things don't add up. And it makes Superman look weird because you have to remind yourself, I'm doing this because my daddy and mommy told me from my planet. Not because it's the right thing to do. And I'm honoring what my mommy and daddy told me. Like one takes more precedence than the other. My Earth mom and dad raised me very well. So I understand right from wrong, good from evil, and not to harm because I have great power. Not control, policy, government, but power. If I can hold your skull and crush it, I can, but doesn't mean I should. That's power. Yeah, you can write a law and trick people and yeah, whatever. You can call that power. But power is I can look at you and I melt your skull. That's power. I can lobotomize you as I stand. That's power. It's power is lighting, is fire, is cooking. I can't say fire on, fire off like flame on. So I have a level of power, but something outside of me is more powerful than I am. That's neither here nor there. Now they say it's getting too religious and too spiritual. So I'm taught by my parents, who could have easily been scared of me, saying, yo, this little baby just held my finger. And because he's a baby, he doesn't understand, his own power. If he applied enough pressure on my finger, he will crush my finger. That's how powerful this child is. So Pa Kent and Ma Kent could have been like, you better leave this baby alone or take it to the government. We don't even, in fact, it's like, hello, government, we just found a baby outside in this location, hang up and run. But they took the baby in. We will look after it as it's our own. And so it doesn't, I'm going to be dark here, so it doesn't turn on us, the parents, and us as human beings. We will teach it good over evil. It's a common sense thing to do. We both old folk out here. Me and Mark Kent are both old folk. This little baby just goo gaga, grab my finger. I'm like, hey, yo. And I call Mark Kent, put your hand in his little fingers. Oh, she's strong. And just in case we're not too sure, he hits 5 or 2 or whatever, he lifts up a car. God. So we weren't even, we were talking, but this baby, you don't see any motherfucker lift up a car at this age in as a human being. He's not, he looked like us being in us. So we had to teach this boy what's good. Killing? No, because we don't want him to turn on us, Pa Kent and Ma Kent, and then humanity. Now, how yeah, we'd be here for ages. We'd be here all night. Oh, out here, Beyonce. Apologies, I'm behind in the video. Catch it up. Ultraman, my bad. Ultimage. I don't know. I'm about to dip out, dude. So you got a lot to catch up on. I guess. I hope that's good content to watch. I don't know. I apologize if it's too long. I already said earlier, I can get very expressive, and I love this. I don't know who you guys are, but this, this exchange is beautiful for me. And I guess before I dip, I'm still going to do a separate video for this. For the newcomers who joined, I know these names are very new. I know when I go live, normally these names don't show up. So I appreciate David. Zero was earlier on. Zion War showed up earlier as well. Ultimage. Oh, because sometimes spelling for me is a little tricky. I think it's Ultimage. If I'm saying that name incorrectly, I apologize. Thank you all, by the way, for 1,000 subscribers. I posted that video. I wasn't in a good space mentally, and I think it made it worse by watching that Superman movie. I was like, oh, you're not gonna get away with it. I'm gonna rant and express, and I'm gonna, list the things I want to talk about when I do the proper breakdown of when I show. So show and tell, not just talk. I want to show and tell. And then I think overnight, the video just kept on climbing. It was 50 views at one point. I shut my eyes to go to bed, woke up. I'm like, 100 and what? I'm like, how do you jump from 50 to 100 and something? I'm like, oh, no. So I dipped out, came back in. I'm like, hold on a minute. What, bro? I'm looking at the video, and then I'm seeing the subscriber count just jump. So long and short, I'm saying thank you for 1,000 subs. That it hit me. I couldn't even, I thought there was a glitch. I thought, because there was something acting funny in YouTube for a while, and I'd have to Google YouTube and say, is YouTube having an outage and whatnot? And one or two things came up like, yeah, it's having problems with upload speed and playing videos. So like, okay, cool. And then the studio for YouTube was getting affected. I was like, okay, cool. Came back again another 2 days. I'm like, did I just see 1,000 mother? Am I drunk like Cara Zarel? It's 1,000 subscribers? Am I like, hold on, 1,000 subscribers? I thought they love me. They really? I was like, hold on a minute. What? 1,000 subscribers? 1,000 subscribers? Nah, yeah. That's all I got for you for now, man. Deeply, 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 truly appreciated. Because the amount of negative comments I got in that video, I was confused. I'm like, I don't know if you guys are thinking critically, if you guys are thinking honestly, if you guys are watching this movie honestly, to say, I like some of the fight scenes and I love the brightness and the costume, but the story beats don't make sense. Instead, everyone's like, oh, you're just a hater and never read the comic. So when I saw the subs, I was like, yo, I got to do a separate video for sure. I got to do a separate video. But I truly, truly, truly thank you all. Truly thank you all. Because I was blown away. The number of days I was like, wait, what? Nah. Slow grind from 900, but 1,000. I am. I'm like, that's more eyes on my channel. Is that a good thing? It's a lot more eyes. What is this? You look forward to a thing so much that when it happens, you're taken aback. So yeah, I don't want to get all gushy and mushy, but I thank you. Thank you very much. And for those who still watch my videos whenever they get time to, whether it's on notification or off notification, and like, oh, I haven't heard from this guy in a while. I appreciate you guys. Anyone who takes time to say, let me see what he's saying. Don't fully agree, but I like homie. He's cool. He's cool peeps. So I appreciate that. When you can connect with me as someone you've never seen in your life, as a stranger, as we all do with different YouTubers and YouTube accounts. For someone to take time to sit down and put his or her eyes on my video, or if they're cooking and cleaning and I'm in the background, and when I say something, they laugh, or I like how he talks that way. It makes me laugh when he does this, or when he does, some people say they like that so much, it makes them laugh. So however way I've connected with you, or I've clicked with you, or I've touched your soul, your heart, or I've made you go, or yes, or whichever way. However way we've crossed each other's paths, galactically, cosmically, once again. From here, I, Kosmic Jedi, thank you all for your time, your patience, your acceptance on whatever level. I like this guy. He's all right. I really like him. He's cool. Whatever level you've accepted me, I appreciate you, and I accept you as well. Thank you again for 1,000 subs, man. That's blew a brother's mind. My phone is dead. I can't even read the comments anymore because I took off my glasses. So my phone was like, you're not even paying attention anymore. I'm done. I'm out of here. I'm going to shut it down, Jedi. So let me see what I can read here real quick. I'll probably be on here tomorrow. And like I said, my brother and I will be on here. I'm doing backing vocal unless I get triggered again. But I want to save my energy for really breaking these things down, because I was really paying attention to, like, yeah, there's some hidden gems here, but are not strong enough to be like, yeah, this is why you should go and see this movie, because of this hidden strong gem. No. Too many flaws, too many loopholes, too many plot holes, too many mistakes, too many silly. So yeah, we'll do it that way. I want to focus just separate videos. Lex Luthor only, stupid decisions. Then I want to do Metamorpho. Then I want to do Krypton, and Krypton might tie into Lex or might tie into the engineer, but I really want to sit down and just in depth. Might be 30 minutes video, might be an hour, but just, release it that way, and whoever appreciates it, appreciates it. But again, I appreciate your time, your currency, your attention, which is one of the greatest currency out there, is one's attention. I have been your one and only Multipotentialite, Neurodivergent host, the Kosmic Jedi, signing out. Thank you for watching. Now, how to turn this live off with this window. David, I see you, man. Appreciate you guys. Somebody don't put it. I don't like when I'm about to sign up the live, and then because of the delay between the live and, I think there's a 10-second or 20-second delay. The message shows up, then I'm like, hold on, because I'm doing it through a laptop, so I don't want it to get Superman is a great movie, not because it's a good movie, but because it shows us the state of the amount of shills out there. Not gonna fight you on that one. Using tech can't decipher a message. I got it. Hold on, let me pick your screen because my phone is dead. So the amount of people saying this movie 10 out of 10 is shocking to me. Shameful, shocking and shameful. Yeah. And that's what I was saying earlier on during the live. I think it's like 6 hours now. I was like, I feel, no, let me take that back. That's too strong of a word. I think because of whatever people are going through in their lives personally, plus external sources, news, media, World War this, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to, taint the live with buzzwords, because you know how the algorithm works. Oh, you said this word, we're not going to strike too many people. With so many things that any individual and a minor collective or major collective are going through, and there's fear, there's panic, there's floods, so many things. You just want to chill, and again, like David and I were speaking about, and Zara was saying, some people just want to turn their brain off, because some people sometimes have a lot of voices in their head. I'm like that. I got thoughts multiplying. You shouldn't. You should. Why not? Why? You should try it. I'm a neurodivergent dude, man. And I'm taking my time to learn how my brain works. Let alone some people who don't even accept that they're ADHD or think it's a curse or a weakness or it's a trend. Everyone's on the spectrum now. Everyone's ADHD. What we're saying is check your shit out. Know thyself. Know yourself. Know what triggers you and what doesn't trigger you and why it triggers you. So there's so much things going on with so many people. I can see why they'd be like, he's going to the cinema, pay for the movie, large popcorn, hot dogs, sit down and Hey, you know, that's them, and I'm like, I can get that. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm like, oh, like Thanos. I get what Thanos did with the snap and the gauntlet, but if you gave me that gauntlet, no siree, Bob, I would not be doing that. I'm sorry, you said there's not enough food. Why don't you multiply, quadruple, or over triple the food? What's going on? Why don't you produce trees that cannot be cut down? Whatever plants that produce food for all the planets into the cosmos. Why don't you produce an infinite amount of, where no one can be greedy? And with set snapping, you also make sure that no one can create an idea and let me control or put a cage around this tree, so that way you got to pay me money to get fruit from this. No, you lock down whatever inception can come up in the mind to trick someone or to force people to give me money and work hard, and I give you one fruit. Now survive on this fruit. No, it's, you have the infinite power. Instead, by doing that, you have removed people from their loved ones, their husbands and wives, their family. You've created a lot more sadness, hate, anger, despair in every planet you snapped your finger with, where you could have done the complete opposite. So I get it. You're coming from a mindset of lack, a poverty mindset, because you saw that and that affected you in such a way. I don't want to see that again. Give me that gun. Give me that glove. Give me that glove. There you go. Yeah. I say, no. You didn't grow up in plenty. You grew up in lack. So the way you came up with your solution, instead of having everyone struggle and go through what I went through, I just half everything. And then there's half people, but you've half the food. You weren't specific about the people only. You halved everything. Half of every living thing, plants are alive. They don't travel to Morocco like we do on a plane, but living thing, fishes, every creature that everything people eat, or whatever living thing or herbs in all the other planets, you have. You created more despair across the cosmos than you thought you were creating a solution. That's why I said I get it, but doesn't mean it's right or it's the proper harmonious thing to do. So I get people going to the cinema. Oh, it's too much stress. My wife, my children. Entertain me. I get it. But it's when they take it too far and say one is stupid, one is dumb, one didn't read the comics, one shouldn't. Because I can see through you, A to Z. I can accept and I can be a human being and say he's going through a lot of stress. She's going through a lot of stress. Someone was planning to take their own life before they thought, let me just pay for this one last movie before I go and do whatever. We don't know. So when they saw it, it made them happy, which is even almost a telling thing for us. All we just want is happiness. Whereas for me, I don't want that kind of happiness, because you insulted my brain. Happy doesn't mean I turn down my intelligence. It's like a gamble. We'd rather be happy and stupid. Oh, no, your version of happy is strange. We should all be happy with intelligence, not be insulted into our visual cortex. And when you ask a question, how did this happen? Shh. It's just a movie. Yeah, I just want to know how it got. Shh. It's just a movie. Did you read the comics? Okay, no, I didn't, but shh. It's just no, man. Homie I'm supposed to be signing out. You got me here doing another rant. The only reason a lot of folks say it's a comic book movie is simply because of the David, your mouth, man. He said it's the crayon colors. It's just a bright movie. And it's, again, I'm teasing, but like I said, everyone, it's true. It's true. So much stress and negativity. Wife is annoying. Children are annoying. Why did you marry the wife and have the children? Hey, we're here now. Mother-in-law is annoying. Father-in-law is annoying. My father's annoying. My mother's annoying. My siblings are annoying. Manager's annoying. Work is annoying. Came buy this house, mortgage, so much shit going on. I just want to be entertained and make me laugh. Cool. But you won't shut me up and other people who say this movie's trash because so and so. Hence myself sat here for like 6-7 hours on this live compared to other people who do their own videos as an hour-long video breaking down a thing, showing you how much this nonsense affected so many people that some of us even sat down and said, nah, no point. There's about a plethora of videos praising this movie. Go to bed next day, no point recording. Go to bed next day. Then you're like, nah, sick of this shit. I gotta make a video. Gotta make a video because there's so many people praising this thing and they're not being honest enough. And some of these people are some YouTubers that I watch that I really, really like and enjoy. Really like. And they use buzzwords and soft words, and they say if you don't like the Man of Steel, if you like the Man of Steel movie, you might not like this movie. I'm like, no, you're trying to play games. Is this a good movie or a bad movie? Don't be sneaky like, oh, if you really like the Man of Steel movie, you might not like this. It's like you're trying to, I don't know, it's like you're trying to bend my mind a little bit. You're not saying, dude, there's some very poor writing in this movie. So when you use specific words, you're being honest. And it sucks because these are the YouTubers I'll go straight to first to understand an allegory of a thing, or they mention this character, is that in the comics, the breakdown. So now I don't even, it's almost like I was treating these YouTubers like a demigod. These guys have read all the comics. So much so it doesn't mean anything if you read all the comics. If you can't be honest to say poor writing, very poor. Just say poor, and it's, why are you afraid? And it's also like, so you're saying YouTube is now become this fearful thing where you can't speak truthfully because you wouldn't get views, so you wouldn't get paid? What's going on? What's the point of YouTube if we can come on here honestly and talk about a thing that we've paid money for? If you're not being controlled by one thing, you're being controlled by another thing. Then when you speak about control, here we go, he's ranting. You don't know what it means or what it takes to run a multimedia, multi-platform YouTube. Just cut the lingo and be honest. Say, this part of the movie was cool. When it got here, it was just poor writing all the way through. Now you're being honest. Now that's your own way of reviewing the movie. Cool. People like me, we're going to take screenshots. We're going to sit down and say, this is the scene I'm talking about. Observe. Then we'll leave it for you and say, what do you think about this? Done? Cool. What do you think about said same scene compared to this? People talking about war and, we don't want the allegory of war. I remember the first movie with Reeve. He stopped a missile or 2 missiles launched by who shot the missiles? Christopher Reeve's movie. Was it Lex or the government? He stopped the missile. I'm like, isn't that got something to do with some level of war? He wanted to start a war. It's like the same thing. But it was like, oh no, we don't like that. We don't include that. But the Christopher Reeve movie stopped 1 or 2 missiles. Isn't the second one that hit and then Lewis died and then he went around the world and he reversed time and whatnot? So this is what I mean. Some people forget certain things. So now I got extra homework to do. I got homework to do for the first Christopher Reeve movie to watch it again and get that scene with the missile, and so I can get the exact context. Then I got the All-Star Superman, which James Gunn officially said is one of the inspiration for this movie out of the other comics he apparently took inspiration from, whatever. I need to watch that again and understand how he built the Superman robots. Pardon me. And I also want to understand how Clark was able to, how the Fortress of Solitude was formed. Did he throw a crystal into the ice and it grew into this thing? And there's, this crystal formed into a space where there's chairs and tables and a bed and a mattress and a kitchen just by throwing one crystal is so cool. So that means Superman didn't create the robots. They were, so these are things I want to get right and get correct because the movie didn't tell. But since James Gunn said he was inspired by All-Star Superman, then I got to go and watch that and see the parallels, the exact parallels that are similar to this movie, so I can then do my full comparison and breakdown and not be like, oh, no wonder he didn't. So after watching that, that's why I now like, no, I won't. I'm not intending to watch this thing again to like the movie, but to sit down and discuss and show why it is trash. With that being said, I'm out of peeps. My lips are getting dry. I'll see you tomorrow. Happy Saturday. Thanks again for your time. I really don't know how to put this live off, man. I really don't know how to turn this live off. But thank you, David. Thank you, Venom Overlord. I like that, Venom Overlord. I took some screenshots as well. Yeah, and I need more screenshots because some good comments I'm seeing here. But it's been a while since I went live like this, so I really, really appreciate this. Really enjoyed this. Thanks again for your time, you guys. I catch you tomorrow, if not the day after. But I still got to record a separate video for the 1,000 subscribers, so that way it's there. I gotta show my honors, man. I really appreciate that because that took me by surprise. Anyway, deuces peeps. Thank you again. Have a great night. Have a great Saturday. What is that? That beeping noise been getting me all day. Damn. Deuces peeps. Deuces, my people. Deuces.